Hey, what's up? What's up? Good morning, y'all. So let me get this out the way now, even I don't really want to stream on this, but let me get this on out the way because I'm not supposed to be talking about such things on the Sabbath. And I do try to listen in on a Sabbath yet lesson. Yes, today being the Sabbath. Not tomorrow, but today being the Sabbath. Um, but let me get this out the way. Let me get this out my system. Yeah. On it. Oh, my gosh, let me get the whole fair use thing out of the way. How y'all doing though this morning? And forgive me if I'm distracting you from what you could be listening to, like a Sabbath lesson, as I know I should be. So let me try to not make this as long, but you know what that means for me. Let me get the whole fair use thing out the way. FBI warning. Federal law allows citizens to. Oh, wait. Let me make sure I can hear my voice. Oh, okay. Oh, wow. Okay. Mic's all good. Federal law allows citizens to reproduce, distribute, or exhibit portions of copyrighted motion pictures, videotapes, or video discs under certain circumstances without authorization of the copyright holder. This is called fair use and is allowed for purposes of criticism, news reporting, teaching, and parody, which doesn't infringe of copyright under 17 U.S.C. 107. Copyright disclaimer. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976 allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by a copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use. Okay, so let me get on this. Yeah, give me a sec, y'all. Give me a sec. Oh, wait, what? What's this? Oh my gosh. I'm on my home page. Look at this. Oh gosh. It's Tariq Nasheed still trying to. Oh gosh. He's using the whole. I'm gonna try not to talk Tariq Nasheed. Because I'm tired of really talking about him. But yeah. Yeah, see how he's not really talking about reparations as he should be speaking on reparations. He's using, this is a way you can turn people against another. This is a way you can turn one demographic of people against another demographic of people, even if these are the people within the same quote unquote race. See, you use fear tactics. And so he's, instead of just talking about or discussing things in pursuit of the quote unquote tangibles, i.e., reparations, he's using he's only talking about reparations and using fear tactics. It's an excuse to talk about immigrants. Or Black immigrants. And more specifically, African immigrants. Because understand, for the reasons I had explained, I believe that Africa is the ultimate target. Do you understand? For reasons I explained in my live stream, speaking on how FBA does not represent Black Americans. I give you a little idea. I give you my theory as to why it is that you all of a sudden have all these people in social media behind this whole FBA hashtag targeting foreign Blacks. and the ultimate target being Africans, those of more sub-Saharan African descent. Of course, they had to start with those of the Horn of Africa. That made it easier to eventually target those, like of the Sahel region. Yeah. I gave you my theory behind that, and I also, this also plays into why I believe that there is this all of a sudden fake outrage against Godfrey. Yes, I said it, fake outrage. A lot of this is fake outrage, and you see how instead of just talking about the pursuit, or confronting these politicians who are, or those who they are depending on, obviously, for reparations, like the leader of this country, he's so busy focusing on just talking about, if you address politicians, he's just addressing Democrats who I thought Tariq Nasheed, he's made the decision to cut off from, even though he was, initially supported by Michael Moore, who was a progressive Democrat who gave him his in one of his initial media platforms in cinema in his film. So why was he working with this Democrat progressive Michael Moore? Very, very questionable. Now he's getting shout outs from Tucker Carlson and pretty much high-fiving Megyn Kelly and what she has to say against Black people. And and you know that you're doing something wrong if you got people like Tucker Carlson, white racists, saying that I like these FBAs. That tells me that you FBAs, those who want to identify as FBAs, and I'm not talking Black Americans, that tells me that you're not doing, when you got Tucker Carlson talking about how he like you guys, what is that telling you? All right. There's no way a white racist is going to say they like me. Absolutely not. Yeah. But anyways, now white people might, I'm not looking for them to like me, but ain't no way someone who is known for spewing divisive racist rhetoric is going to tell me that they, talking about how they like my channel and everything, or they like me. All right. I highly doubt that. And if they do, then that's going to have me like, hey, I must not really be doing my job here. But anyways, but yeah, he's using, instead of just talking about the tangibles, okay, like I say, with them, it's more about tethers over tangibles, all right? Yeah. He's using the whole reparations, talking about just as a way of using fear tactics. See these people, these Africans, they trying to take your reparations. These Nigerians, they trying to take your reparations. They trying to take your, and reparations that as if this has been guaranteed to us now. As if this is something that, you haven't even got your foot in the door, but you're talking about, but you're so focused on what you claim Black immigrants are going to be taken. You haven't even been offered that. Remember you said how, y'all were claiming that President Trump was the only one who may have been given an ear or even up for the discussion of Blacks our people receiving reparations. Remember, y'all said that. So what happened? Why are you not still pushing for that? Why are you not still questioning? Oh no, you're too busy talking about tethers and Black Democrats, and notice that he's primarily talking about Black Democrats. Yeah. But anyways, let me get on this. Yeah, like I said, there's a lot of this fake outrage. Hold on, give me a second, y'all. There's a lot of this fake outrage at Godfrey, comedian Godfrey. He's become a social media personality. Like I said, I first knew of Godfrey. I remember he kind of became the 7-Up person. He wasn't the original, like 7-Up guy in the commercials. I remember that one brother from the Caribbean that was in Boomerang. But yeah, I remember eventually he became, doing the 7-Up commercials in what was that, like late 90s, early 2000s. But I mostly became more familiar with him in his commentary on VH1 back when they had 21 Productions. And they had these specials like I Love the 80s and I Love Toys. I just finished watching I Love Toys, which I enjoy. I kind of want to watch it with y'all, just for the reminiscing, especially after watching Toy Story 5. But but I don't agree with Godfrey on everything. I don't think he's really one who believes the Bible. And I don't agree with him on everything that he said, even regards to, gender relations and all of that. But, Godfrey's a cool brother. Like I said, I met Godfrey, not like we met on a personal tip or like I know him personally, but he's from Chicago. Yeah, I said it. He's from Chicago. He was born in the United States. All right. But from the age of 2, he's lived, I believe from 2 years old. Yeah, he was born, I believe, in Arkansas. However, from the time he was a baby, he lived in Chicago. And he was in Chicago before I was born, being that he's an early Gen Xer. All right, unlike myself being a mid-Gen Xer. He's been pretty much living in Chicago since the 1960s. So he's had the Black American experience longer than a lot of us who are talking about him, saying that he can't talk on Black Americans. That's a load of crock. Okay, that's bullshit. Okay, let me try not to curse. All right. He is Black, indeed. He would be put in the racial categorization of Black. I'd like to be more specific in saying that he is of Yasharel, but by U.S. definition or U.S. United States Census terminology, he would be put in the category of Black American, African American, Black American. He is definitely of the, anthropologically speaking, Negro, Black. And he is American. He was born in America. Just like many in America, America itself is pretty much a melting pot, all right? Where you have different people from Europe, from Africa, from, Asia, all right? America's always been this melting pot, all right? It's just a couple of centuries old, all right? That's why this was called the New World. This is a country full of, if you will, immigrants, okay? A country of tethers to the New World, all right? Even Tariq Nasheed himself know that he cannot really give you any real solid evidence that you had those who are of our quote unquote haplogroup, whether we're talking the Y-DNA or mtDNA, he cannot give you any real substantial evidence. Now, we know that there were travelers here. We know that there were Black people who had traveled here before Columbus. This we do know, okay? But as in, like really solid evidence of civilizations in what is now the United States. Like, let's not, no, we're not going to look at the Luzia woman, okay? Those remains, her skeletal remains were found in Brazil. And as you know, Tariq Nasheed would refer to someone, even if they had descended from slaves. The majority of slaves were brought to Brazil, of quote unquote Black slaves. From the time of the Middle Passage of Dawn, they were brought to Brazil, but he would still, they definitely descended from those who were slaved in the Americas. But he would still refer to Brazilians as tethers, would he not? As he is referring to Haitians as tethers, despite them being descendants of those who were enslaved in the Americas, would he not still refer to them as tethers? So do not consider the Luzia the Luzia remains that were found. It said that the proportion, considering the skull-shaped cranial indices and all that, they it's believed that this may have been a person who could have been put in the category of quote unquote Negroid. Okay. And when you consider the Olmec heads, that's Mexico, though, that's Mexico. All right, so we're not going to consider that. All right, what is the real proof that you have, the real evidence? But of course, he's going to tell me, he would tell me to purchase his more recent upcoming Hidden Colors to find out. Okay, but no thanks. My husband, we supported Tariq Nasheed long enough. All right. Yeah. So this idea that, oh, he can't talk about America. He needs to stop talking about, why should he stop talking? I did a whole series on Africa, on ancient Egypt. I did a 12-part series. Nobody told me to stop talking about Africa. Only people tried to deter me were white racists who didn't want to who didn't want to acknowledge that the ancient, quote unquote, Egyptians or the ancient people of Kemet, or the ancient Hamitic people and curing Hamitic people were black. Those only people tried to deter me. Y'all had no issue with me talking about Africa. I had a right, Tariq, Nasheed, because I do believe that some of that series that I had put together years ago, I do believe it did help you out with Kid in Colors 4, when you talked about the Nefertiti bust. Nobody had a problem with you talking about Africa in your Hidden Colors series. Nobody had an issue with you talking about Haiti and making money and profiting. And I felt it was very well, I ain't make no money for my series. I just wanted to educate people. But I think it's great that people were willing to support you in sharing history. Nobody said, oh, Tariq Nasheed, stop talking about Haiti, stop talking about Africa. Nobody said that. But they're saying they're sick of, like as if Godfrey cannot even mention Black Americans. He is a damn Black American. What are you guys talking about? He's an American citizen. He was born in America. And like I said, Godfrey is of the Igbo people. But yeah, I'm not going to lie. This is what initially got me triggered to come back up in here talking and addressing these FBA. Because I'm like, what is this? And I noticed that Oshay Duke Jackson's videos are always popping up. Like, why is he, and y'all always got to do this stuff in AI. No creativity any longer. Just totally dependent on AI. And that's the thing. That's why y'all have to fabricate. You got to fabricate these images of Haitians grilling cats. Because you haven't seen that for real. So why are you putting Godfrey in a dress like this? Why would you even be doing that? And that's why I can't stand, Corey Holcomb, I can't stand him. He wants you to think. Now, it was one thing when we had Dave Chappelle talking about this. And yes, I know that Dave Chappelle himself, I know people point out him doing the Robin Hood minute. Yeah, we know, but that's probably why he wanted to speak on that. Maybe that's why Dave Chappelle, because he understands, this is something that a lot of Black actors are pressured to do. In the case of Corey Holcomb, he only wants to talk about this. I think if you notice, he's only talking about Black men. And he wants to make it seem as if he's the only one. He's the only one who hasn't done any casting couch stuff or bending over this and that. But y'all got to understand, I believe that Corey Holcomb, I believe he's a slickster as well. Don't think that he's somebody who's not getting paid under the table to play the creepy uncle. He wants to put in your mind that every Black man in Hollywood, and we know it's Hollywood, but we know it's some stuff going on, but you would think that he would have more sympathy, a little more understanding. I'm not saying I would understand it, but I'm just saying. I think that people like him, they just want you to have this idea in your mind that all Black men are sex freaks. He knows what he was doing and talking about 14-year-old girls. I believe that this is my opinion. He wants to, to give this impression that Black men are all just brutes and they just call their women bitches all the time and creepy uncle vibes. And he wants you to think that all Black men, except for him, supposedly, at one time, if they're successful, especially in the media, they must be bending over. And you notice it's only really Black men. Now, we have talked about it. You've had people like Dave Chappelle. You've had people you've had people like A.O. Kamathi, Irritated Genie, talking about this. But if you notice, they are talking about it from a place of understanding, and they're also talking about the system of white racism. And you understand what I'm saying? They're not talking about it in the same way that, with these guys, it's just gossip. It's just purely gossip. It's their way of emasculating to the media. Now, I don't know anything otherwise about his personal life, Godfrey. I had met him, he's from Chicago. Been in Chicago, actually lived in Chicago before I was born even. Had been living in Chicago longer than I had, but, being that I was born in the early mid-70s, he was born in the 60s. 2 years old. It was still the 60s when his family came to Chicago. So trust me, he know about Chicago. It was kind of weird me listening to him. Now he has to differentiate and talk about Black Americans as if he's not one. I'm like, Godfrey, bro, come on. Dude from the shop. All right. But that the pressure that people like he can't talk about, even though he's been in this country, been having the Black American experience, have experienced racial profiling and all of that. Okay, please. Maybe his mom didn't feed, maybe his parents didn't feed him soul food, but you best believe he had the Black American experience. Yeah. But yeah, you see all these videos. Oh, look at this, all celebrity junk. Junk is right. All these videos. Look, he's showing Godfrey here getting ran over by a bus. And what's really tripping me out, hold on, y'all. What's really tripping me out is, really, are you they're trying to get to Black women because of this recent caller, an individual caller that had called into one of Godfrey's podcasts. There, and it happened to be a Black woman. Yeah, they've been trying to get Black women to be offended by Godfrey. Now, I don't agree with everything that Godfrey says, even in regards to, Black women. But otherwise, Godfrey cool as hell. Like I said, I don't know him personally. I did, however, meet him. It was downtown, a movie theater. He happened to be with a female. I was like, I know you. Yeah, I was like, I think it was like, was it the AMC? It's downtown Chicago. But he was real cool. Funny in real life. Funny in real life. So I was like, I gotta get I gotta try to get an autograph. So, but it was just like meeting it, brother. He was just cool, automatically funny. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, and the girl that was with him, she was a really good sport. Yeah, I was assuming that was like his girlfriend or something at the time. But yeah, he's really cool. And my husband and I, occasionally we check out, Godfrey's, podcast stuff, and he's really cool. And I don't feel that he deserved all, what I've been seeing, especially considering where the direction he's been going in with these discussions, which I actually appreciate, like with the 154 Africa channel. But I also believe, and also considering Godfrey's issues, or him, with Vlad TV, Vlad the Vampire, and him not, returning or kissing the ring. And Vlad is of those people. Yeah, I believe that's another reason why there may be people even set up to come at Godfrey, especially considering what has been being discussed, what's being discussed in some of his more recent shows. Oh wait, there's people up in here. Hey, oh, you saw Godfrey at the car? I didn't know. How come I'm not seeing y'all post? Something's wrong here. Okay, I got the two. I thought nobody was up in here. Okay, I got to look on StreamYard, but on YouTube, it's not showing y'all up in here. I don't think nobody was up in here yet. Hey, shorty. You saying Godfrey on many occasions spoke highly of Black Americans. His rant video is a response to FBA's. That's the difference. No, his rant video, if y'all call it a rant, it was not this. Well, yeah, okay, we'll tell you that it was a response to FBA's, not Black Americans, but FBAs. And I don't think he was ranting. But he had to set some things straight. Like he said, this ain't about him crashing out. In that case, I'm crashing out too. This is about him being passionate. He is passionate about Black people. So when you're passionate about things, now he's one who's going to use a little more profanity than I would. And also he's going to come from that, comedian and all. People that went as far as saying he's chimping out because, he may have been spoken and responding to FBAs, not Black Americans. Now, we know how many times has Tariq has had callers, Black American callers, that that was one thing I used to know, like a young brother called Tariq Nasheed and he'd be kind of a little mean to him. But we took it as, that's Tariq Nasheed being funny, right? That's Tariq Nasheed being funny. There have been many times where you've had callers, even if he doesn't get loud or anything like that, but Tariq Nasheed said little snide comments, that can be taken as mean. But that, that's me being a woman, having that natural motherly instinct. And I would be listening to Tariq, and this is back when I was more so listening to Tariq Nasheed, and I'd be like, why you gotta be kind of mean, young brother just called, But that's just me being, a woman and having motherly instinct, and maybe the young brothers can take it. Okay, all right. So forgive me if I'm hearing you wrong. How you doing, Penizoy? But yeah, what was it that we were supposed to have all this outrage about? What did he say that was so bad? Let's go back over that. Yeah, because look at this here. Hold on. Look at this here. Look at how with all the fake reactions. Okay, like Godfrey shouldn't have said this about Black Americans. Godfrey didn't want Black Americans to know this. And he's taking things, he's taking things so out of context. He's taking things so out of context. And this is what's making me mad, because because Godfrey on his show, he's talking about some he's making some really good points. If you listen to these interviews and discussions in its entirety in fuller context, making some really good points. But I hate what people like Oshay is doing. They're taking little things, like they I gotcha. And then it makes people totally overlook all the else that's talked about. And that pisses me off, because what he's saying, I want more people to hear. But because, and that we're in this TikTok short time period where people got short attention spans. They can't listen to anything that's longer than 1 minute or 30 seconds. So they will totally overlook all the, and I believe that's part of the goal. I don't even think this is just about hustle with Oshay. I definitely believe that a lot of these people are some straight up plants and agents up in here. Especially when I consider what Godfrey more recently has been talking about. So I said, like recently he talked about Ibrahim Traore. And I'm saying they're going to get on Godfrey. I've been saying that. They're going to get on Godfrey. They're going to set up these mouthpieces in YouTube to go at Godfrey, even more so now. Okay? You got this fake outrage. Yeah, look at him. He's going as far as, and this is the thing with somebody like Oshay, he'll act like he cool with Godfrey, but as soon as the wind blows, just like he agrees with Abin Preach when he was going at just pearly things, but now he's against Abin. He finds any and every little thing. And I'm not saying that I'm a follower of these guys like that. But he is such a flip-flopper. He is so two-faced. He is just an instigator. 1 minute he was trying to come at Tariq Nasheed. Now all of a sudden he's co-signing any and everything he says. I can't stand people like that. It's like he is like a messy queen. I don't, forgive me, I'm sound like I'm emasculating, but seriously, he is like the woman on Helen Martin's character on 227, always in the window. He's a Benita portrayal, for real. Always looking, seeing what's going, acting like there's this concern, but just all he doing, just waiting for the next gossip, the next so-and-so said this. Him and Vlad TV, they need to work together because for real, they both are some gossiping, messy queens instigating. And I don't even think it's just about a hustle with Oshay. But I'm going to go more into that. But yeah, look at this. Now you got all these other videos. Godfrey's podcast just keeps getting worse. What are you talking about? Who is this? This Juju Almighty. Godfrey's. But yeah, I clicked it. Yeah, look at all of the fake outrage. Fake outrage. What are you mad about? What are you mad about? Y'all ain't got no reason to be mad. Acting like y'all are so, can he please stop talking about us? Y'all, this is so fake. This is also, hey, Mr. K. Right. And see, this is the thing. His common viewer, the common sense of his viewers. Trying to manipulate the common sense of his viewers. And who are his common viewers? Do they have sense? Yeah, look at all this fake outrage. Like, Godfrey, please stop talking about us. Like this one right here. Yeah, she told me to eat a DRCK when I posted. I recall, I know that this one, not that long ago, being subscribed to this sister right here, this Bruix perspective. And I remember, I'm pretty sure this is the one, even though I can't find them older videos or whatever. But I was like, I felt she could get more views. She need more views, right? And I do recall, maybe I'm wrong, but no, I'm pretty sure that's her. She was talking on this pro-African, just like Tariq Nasheed, Melanoid Nation, we all black, we all, she was talking on that too, but the views weren't going nowhere. So more recently, I'm going to jump on the FBA train, and she wanted to act like she's offended by Godfrey. Get the F out of here. All of y'all. See, like I said, if they claim that I'm clout chasing grifting, I could have been jumping on these people long. I've known of Oshay. Oshay's invited me to be on his dang on his panel. All right? He's tried to get me to come up on his panel, just like Tommy Sotomayor. If I was that thirsty for clout, I would have been took advantage of that. Do I want the attention of my people now? Oh, yeah. So, yeah, I'm dropping names. But it's not for the reasons you think. Not for these people are thirsty. Obviously, they dependent. They are dependent. See, me, I could put this on private in a week. I haven't even, even though I'm able to have this monetized, I haven't even turned on monetization for these more recent. But I've been up here for years doing videos without, getting paid. Call me stupid. Okay, whatever. And they know what's up. That's why they're not going to really address me, because they know what's up. They know that only thing they could do is talk about how I look or whatever. As Tommy did. See, they try to, and Oshay is one of them people, he'll try to buddy you up and try to bribe you. Just like with Tommy. And Tommy was able to do that with some people. But he saw that doesn't work with me. Because I'm good. I'm not thirsty like that. But yeah, now, yeah, you get the cash app you want, but I'm not thirsty like that. I'd rather people support me who are genuine. But I've been doing this for a long time without any sort of monetary support. No GoFundMe's. But yo, do y'all thing. I just hope you're doing the right thing. That's all. If you're making your money and you're getting support and you're doing, what you know is right, then it's all good. I think it's even better that you're, making money from that. If you're talking about the things that you really believe, that you truly believe, and you're not really harming anybody, especially your own people, then it's all good. But a lot of y'all not saying what You know, you're not disgusted by Godfrey. You could put these faces. You really can't try. You know, you can put these faces on all you want, just like these people doing these Eminem videos. You can put these faces on all you want. You know, you're not offended by Godfrey. So let's cut the crap. But this is a way of getting people, deterring people from listening to the conversation and really absorbing it. That's why I got to question who these guys are and who sent you. Let me click in this real quick. Fair use, fair use. Let me speed it up. Show you what I'm talking about. Yeah, I listened at the beginning.
Out their roots, because I can look at someone and going, wow, like that person's Nigerian. And I go, excuse me, oh, you're Nigerian? Yeah, I ain't Nigerian. And I'm like, yeah, I don't know if anyone told you, but you are definitely Nigerian, because you can tell by features.
Last month, they caught a lot of smoke for how David the Yellow Wolf disrespected Black Americans.
You know what happens to Southerners?
Yeah, like Juju. Just like, and it's interesting, his name Juju. Interesting. You know, maybe that's his name. And, you know, when I think Juju, I think something African. But anyways.
Slavery in there.
And Juju, almighty.
What starts to happen?
Americans to find their roots, like our roots and ancestors aren't that. And now on their latest podcast, they're talking about the need for Black Americans to find their roots, like our roots and ancestors aren't right here in America.
Nobody asked Jamaicans or Haitians.
Yeah, why is that such an issue with them? Why are they so offended? Even if they were to have a DNA test. But of course, you know, we only trust DNA when it's convenient for our narrative. We're only going to consider DNA when it's convenient for our narrative. Why would they even, like, if you were to find out, why would that be so, why would that offend them so much? Regardless. Like, let's say if they find out, like somebody saying you look Nigerian, why would they be so offended by that? Think about it. This is really, and are they really offended by that? Why are they so offended? You know, I can imagine if a white person, and let me tell you, they saying this whole thing about differentiation and which is, you know, delineation. I'm gonna tell you. Yeah, they're talking about, yeah, we may be of the same race, but not the same ethnicity. That is true. However, in the United States of America, Godfrey being Black African or Black of more direct African descent versus us, that don't mean a damn thing in the United States of America. They do not consider Black ethnicity like that in the United States of America. It is what it is. Okay? In this country, they are not considering whether or not this Black person is of Jamaica. They're not given that consideration. All right? Only time they really consider ethnicity, just like with white folks, they don't really consider ethnicity that, you know, maybe, you know, to give consideration. But even if you're Italian, even if you're, you know, only time they really give ethnicity is with Latinos. They are not really giving our ethnicity consideration. Now, yeah, there's nothing wrong if you want to give what you believe your ethnicity is consideration. That's fine, but they ain't got shit to do with our stance here in the United States. It is what it is. And see, Godfrey's old enough to know that. Godfrey's old enough to know that. You know, these people expressing this, and they're going as far, he needs to stop talking about America. Why the hell he got to stop talking about America? If I want to do a damn video talking about Europe, I can talk about Europe, I can talk about Africa, I can talk about Nigeria as much as I want to. I did a whole series about Africa. I did a whole series on the ancient Egyptians. How you going to tell? We've done, you got Eddie Murphy coming to America. Tariq, Nasheed, Hidden Colors. We've been talking about Africa and our perception of Africa and what we think for how the hell you gonna tell people they can't even talk about, even if it's something positive or just talking about history or just, you can't tell somebody they can't talk about. How the hell y'all sound? Y'all sound crazy as hell. Telling people where they can't talk about it. Yeah, hold on. I keep getting messages. Hold on. Give me a second, y'all. Okay, let me my family. Hold on. They send it back and forth. Let me put my phone in another room because they kind of messaging each other back and forth. Okay, and my cat trying to come in the room. Okay, so let me put my phone in another. I know I can turn off the but just okay, yeah. Okay, but anyways. Let me not make this too long. Yeah, so what was it that going back into what was it with the Godfrey podcast that was said that was so offensive that there's all this fake outrage? You know, I know I've went over this already before. But see, then we're going to talk about who should we be more offended by? You know, the Black American that is O'Shea Duke Jackson. We're going to compare some of the things that Godfrey has supposedly said to O'Shea Duke Jackson. You know, we're supposed to be so offended. Look at all these videos he's doing. He's so two-faced. I can't stand him. All he does is instigate. All he does is instigate. Okay, let's see. Let's go back over this. Yeah. I loved his like with Philly. I love this when he was with Philly. Oops. When he was with Philip C. Von Stickney, I've always admired this actress. I really like this a lot. But this ain't what I'm looking for. This ain't what I'm looking for. Was it live? Was it video? No. I think it was. Okay. Let's go over. Let's see. What was so offensive? Let's go over this once again.
Are traumatized. Black Americans are traumatized. Caribbeans are traumatized.
It was
okay. Oh no. Let's go even further back. In all fairness, what it was with dang, I type in Godfrey and it's still down. I noticed how I type in Godfrey Roland Martin. Wasn't it Roland Martin's hold on. And yet and still I may have to go to my give me a second, child. Give me a second, child. Yeah, because we're gonna go back. Let's, even though I know I had already talked about this. Give me a second, child. See, because this is, a lot of this is pure propaganda being worked through. Give me a sec, yeah. I'm trying to find that stream. Or find that okay, yeah, it was Roland Martin's show where they damn it. these ads, do you hear these? Smiling chat. I don't know if y'all heard that ad coming up. Goodness. Oh, goodness. Hey. Okay, let's share this. Now, fair use, fair use. This is from Roland Martin's channel. David Aiello, Black Southern accent comments, ignite Black Brits versus Black Americans debate. So, yeah. Let me speed it up a little bit. Goodness, these ads talking about just right away going into talking about constipation. Why is it just not? Okay.
Comments on the 154 Africa podcast. Folks, of course, were talking about this skit that Drewski did, talking about the same thing. And first of all, and again, it's nothing new. This is not new. David Yellowwell has apologized for comments he made on a podcast as it related to being a black actor. And he was talking about this whole back and forth over the issue of black. The whole issue of, first of all, black actors and British actors. And this, it was just all this sort of nonsense back and forth. And this has been a raging debate. You know, folks, of course, were talking about this skit that Drewski did, talking about the same thing. And first of all, and again, it's nothing new. This is not new. What you're seeing here, this actual debate is not the first time we've seen it. Because I'm going to show you a clip so you can explain that. And so let's pull up let me see here. This is what David posted. I'm going to play the skit in a second. I just want to show you. The go to my iPad, please, because I want this to be larger. He said, I want to apologize unreservedly to all those who were rightly offended by my comments on the 154 Africa podcast regarding Southern accents. It was a wrong thing to say, and it is not how I feel. I have nothing but deep respect and great love for black people of all kinds, especially those from the American South. Reducing a dialect born from the richness and resilience of black Southern culture to anything less was careless and wrong. All I truly care about is lifting up my black brothers and sisters from all places through my work and my words. Please forgive my failure to do that in this instance. Signed, David Oyelowo. This was the portion of the interview with 154 Africa that people were incensed with.
How about Southerner?
How about what?
A Southerner.
Well, if I'm being a Southerner, well, you know what? You know what happens to Southerners? If you take the Nigerian accent like this and you slow it down, you put a lot of slavery in there,
Facts.
and then you start to put a little bit of subservience in it. This is what starts to happen to the Nigerian accent.
Man,
It goes because literally, if you're down here and you start to speed it up, and then you start to take all the thing out of it, then before you know it, you're talking like this.
now we are free again.
Now we are free. We are released.
Hey, that's a smooth transition.
You see that?
Damn.
You have to study it. You have to study it.
You usually no. I do a Southern accent. No, the way you just did that whole thing. Go ahead.
Clear your throat. You know when you.
No. I gotta stay in my lane on that.
Okay. A black dude from LA.
Easy now.
Okay, so what?
Okay. Now, me first hearing that, I'm like, well, okay, I can understand why there would be, black Americans. Me, I'm the type of person, though. I look at people's intentions or I look at people overall. I'm not going to just look at something you say, but I look at you overall. And I'm not that familiar with David Aiello like that. Yeah. But so I can't say that I know him like that. All right, I know he's been in some things, as an actor and been behind the scene, But I look at people overall, like, the person overall, not just that one thing that you said. All right. I can understand how some people, especially if they're not really familiar with them, and I can't say I'm all that familiar with him, but I really don't think that he had harmful intentions. But I can understand, and just when I first heard that, when I tried to see, let me see what this outrage is about, because I didn't listen to this podcast in full, and then my husband had me listen to it in full. But when I first in looking at this clip to see what people were talking, I'm like, why? It's because I saw Godfrey's video, Oshay's video pop up showing Godfrey, like, you know, straight up trying to, you know, effeminize Godfrey, like putting him pretty much in makeup, like in a dress. And I'm like, what is this shit about? You know, because I noticed that Oshay's videos, it's like they're recommended through YouTube because they pop up even when you're not going to his channel, his celebrity junk channel, especially. Yeah. Right. The Kevin Hart. Right. They got more. Seriously, they're more upset over this. And even with the Kevin Hart roast, them being more upset with Kevin Hart. But still, they more upset over this. This right here is some straight fake outrage. But yet you had Black Americans defending the Kevin Hart. Oh my gosh. For real though. Seriously though. But they want to act like they offended over this. But yeah, Shabbat Shalom, Reef. I know I'm supposed to be getting ready to listen to the Sabbath lesson. Hey, how you doing, y'all? Millennial, Mr. K, Reef, Andrew, Pinazoid, Shorty Womp. I hope he's still here. Yeah. Yeah, so, but I can still understand, especially, you know, let's say someone who's absolutely not familiar with David Oyelowo. Am I saying it right? Like, why would he, you know, knowing that he's foreign, and what is he saying? If a Nigerian talk like a slave, like a servant, then that's Black American. I can understand. You know, how people may feel, okay, that's, you know, that's kind of insensitive. I can understand that, all right? And he's giving his apology, and I take it as sincere, you know, but let these Black men act like they're so outraged. It's unforgivable sin. However, it's explained here that he was kind of like also responding. That this conversation didn't just come out of the blue. He was responding, okay, Drewski, and I'm not too fond of Drewski. I'm gonna keep it real. I'm not saying he's not talented, but it's interesting how he has really blown up since doing that skit mocking the quote unquote Black Hebrew Israelites. You know? And I'm not saying that, you know, there aren't those who, you know, should not be confronted on certain things because they don't represent, some of these ones from these camps don't represent all of us who acknowledge that we are of Yasharel, but I know how they will group us all together. You understand what I'm saying? And I wasn't feeling it. I'm sorry. Even with the mocking of the Black church. Okay. But yeah, I'm Drewski kind of questionable. I know he did the little thing, you know. I guess we're supposed to forgive him for mocking Erica Kirk. But you know, usually Drewski, it's Black folks that he's mocking. All right. Black people who are part of the Black community, especially the Black American community, right? But you know, it's all jokes, though, right? We can laugh at that. We can laugh because, you know, he's Black American, so you can do that, right? Right? But anyways, yeah. So obviously, yeah, this is. See, Drewski, I guess, was mocking Black British people. I don't know. Okay, but anyways, let me play some more of this.
What Yellow was talking about how he works through these various dialects. That's what he was talking about. And part of that conversation was in the aftermath of the Drewski skit that went viral, where he was really talking about this whole thing about British actors, Black Brits taking the jobs of Black Americans in movies.
Okay, so Drewski decided to do a skit, you know, I get, you know, mocking or, you know, make fun of Black British actors, being that we've had these movies like The Butler, and, you know, where you have these foreign Black actors, like, for instance, those who grew up in the UK, they born in, you know, foreign countries, even if they have descended from slaves themselves, those who were enslaved in the Americas, like many of the people in the UK. But yeah, you got a lot of these, and some who are just directly from Nigeria, you know, playing Harriet Tubman. And I understood that there were Black people who, I understand some of the concerns. I understand, I remember it was Samuel Jackson, ironically, who made excuses for Eminem who was mocking Michael Jackson, even Michael Jackson getting burned. That's the very same Samuel Jackson who said, well, this is art. That's what Samuel Jackson, and I love the brother, but that's what he said in response to Eminem. Whereas Blair Underwood, he felt that he kind of expressed that he crossed the line. Stevie Wonder wasn't feeling that. Making fun of Michael Jackson's hair catching on fire, vomiting in Michael Jackson, our legend's face in a video. But Samuel Jackson, he said, as I showed you, this is art. He excused Eminem, but he's offended by these British artists. The same guy, they not like us, dressed up as Uncle Sam. Anyways, Ivan Netanyahu. Anyways, but I can understand, because that was kind of crazy. It did seem like we had all of these actors who were not, it ain't like we haven't been playing, from Roots and Coming to America. It ain't like you haven't had Black Americans playing Africans now. So let's quit acting like, this is something, like you've never had Black people playing Africans in movies. Okay, we just had the Coming to America, and even with the Black Panther, Angela Bassett, I do believe she's Black American, along with what's the brother who passed? Forgive me. But anyways. But I do understand why it's been, because it could be a thing in Hollywood where they're choosing foreign Black actors, and sometimes they may be just doing this to pit us against, because even like with the modeling industry, they're more likely, and we've talked about this. We as Black women, we've talked about this, in the modeling industry. You notice how you'll have a lot of these South Sudanese models blowing up, who are seem to be the primary representatives of Black models. And I remember years ago, this was like, let me see, what was this, the early 90s? Oh, no, not the early 90s, but late 90s. Yeah, I meant like early 2000s. I remember them saying that the reason that this was maybe late 90s or early 2000s, they choose African models because there's more symmetry, and they claim like with Black American models, I think they were saying, like, due to the admixture, that there's less symmetry, like our faces may not be as symmetrical, if you will, like there may be an imbalance, small lips, but facial prototypism, wide nose with small lips, or vice versa. This was the excuse that was being, so I can understand, especially if it has any effect on our survival here in the United States. I can understand Black people we as Black Americans having certain concerns. That's not to be taken out on, Africa. I'm glad to see an Alec Weck and Iman, and I'm glad to see an Oluchi, and these African models still representing the Black phenotype, because remember, with modeling, it ain't about the damn ethnicity. It's not even about the nationality. Naomi Campbell, and it's really about, and it's interesting. We do have a Black American model after, when Tyra Banks kind of blew up in the mid 90s. Now she's Black American. She's from South Central LA, I believe, and now she's getting all this damn heat. And I don't see very many Black American women supporting her right now, but I came up in here trying to support her. But how you doing, Stephen Wilcox? Yeah. Do you understand what I'm saying? Okay, here we go. The people in the comments trying to throw me off. Why don't you wait till I get around to talking about that? I think you're kind of late in responding. Are you even listening to the podcast, or are you just coming up in here to drop a little comment? Okay, you know what? I have a video on my other channel. How about you check that out, since that's what you want to talk about right now? Because you're kind of late. I kind of moved on from that comment. All right? Because I can school you. We can school you. No. Give me the proof. Give me the proof of Black America, quote on even the Negro civilization. I'm not talking about people who were traveling here. I know that there were Black people. You must not be very familiar with my channel. I know that there were Black people who reached the quote unquote New World. I know this before Columbus. You're not schooling me on anything. However, give me proof. No, I will enlighten you, but I think I'm talking about something else right now, dear. See, this is the thing. I think that you quote unquote FBAs, I ain't talking Black Americans, I'm talking about you FBAs. Y'all don't listen, you don't pay attention. I understand this is a TikTok generation, and you're used to things being known more than 1 minute. Okay, I have another video on my other channel. Just type in Nasheed for you other than the channel about natives, and I can expand on that. All right, I'm not talking about that right now. Okay. And again, you can't use Luzia woman's skeletal remain findings. That was in Brazil. You can't use the Olmec heads as evidence. That was Mexico. All right. No, that's not what you're hearing. I'm talking about. I'm talking about David Ayala now. Now, understand. Like I say, postmenopausal woman. Usually, I can get thrown off very easily. All right. I ain't trying to make this too long. Now, anyways, getting back on what I'm talking about. And I see me trying to be considerate and paying attention to the chat room. Right. Look. I know some of y'all been learning from memes and no. All right. Because I'll show you what your FBA teacher, limiting the history to 1526, what his claim is about the first people in I'm talking about Black civilizations. Because you would think, being that if we have not been separated from our original land, what was your indigenous language here? You think you would know something about the original languages that you spoke, don't you think? Don't you think? It hasn't been that many centuries. Use some. Oh my gosh. Did you actually say Dan Calloway? All right, anyways. All right. Yes, Dan Calloway. All right, okay. But see, I don't really get mad at it because I think that might be what Dan Calloway actually believes. But if that's what you truly believe, then but in the case of Tariq Nasheed, he knows he's full of crap with this. Anyways, and a lot of these people up in here with the fake outrage. But getting back to, so getting back to this on David Ayala. Okay, so I do understand Black people having a certain concern, like why, if they're concerned, why is it that they're more likely, like for instance, in the modeling industry, why are they more likely to choose, like foreign Black models, or they tend to blow up and become these supermodels over Black American models. Now, you've had Beverly Johnson and Tyra Banks later, but a lot of that's just an example I can give you. And then also more recently in films, so that is something that does need to be, we need to bring attention to, especially if they are more likely to even be, many of them end up living in the United States and being in TV shows and commercials and ads promoted to Americans and everything. So I can understand that's totally a concern, and it's a understand, it's a just I don't want to say argument, but that is not something that I can't say that even when it comes to modeling, as long as our phenotype is represented, as long as you can have Iman, but also have a Lucci. I'm just looking, especially when we're talking modeling, I'm looking more so at our phenotypes all being represented. That's more, because really when it boiled down to it, race was never really about nationality or even ethnicity. It's always just been about phenotype. But, no. In talking race. But in the system that became racist, now, if we're talking slavery, ethnicity did play a part in it, but it wasn't so much ethnicity, it was more so lineage. But see, lineage, you got to understand, Godfrey is part of that lineage. See, it's not the lineage y'all thinking, FBA. No, that's after the fact. The lineage is Negro. The lineage is Ebro. The lineage is Yasharel, but see, y'all not going to hear me on that. That's what it's really about. That's what it was originally about. Okay, it wasn't originally about, now, however, the idea of race and racism, that was just basically based on, it wasn't about nationality. It wasn't about, it was just purely about, it wasn't about no ethnicity. It was purely about cranial indices, phenotype, what's on the surface. All right, the concept of race, however, and racism. That's all it was about. However, originally with slavery, yeah, of course it was about money, but it was also about targeting a specific group of people that Godfrey also belonged to. Do you understand? Not only were they targeted, in New World, but also in the African continent, and it's still being targeted, because this is actually something more spiritual. Y'all wouldn't want to hear me on that, but yeah. Anyways,
taking the jobs skit that went, and part of that conversation was to
now understand. He said part of that conversation on Godfrey's podcast with David Ayalowo, they were also responding to Drewski's skit. So this was initially Drewski, the Black American comedian who was making fun of Black British actors, like claiming that they got to tap into the subservient slave, as he's going to explain here.
The aftermath of the Drewski skit that went viral, where he was really talking about this whole thing about British actors, Black Brits, taking the jobs of Black Americans in movies.
Rudy, stop talking like that. You ain't going to no big city. Massive lecture.
Yeah, I'm going with or without you.
Rudy, stop talking like that. Hey, what are you niggers doing over there? Hey, what are you doing?
And cut! Fantastic. I need more American slave. Okay?
A struggle.
Yeah, the struggle.
Sort of like the dialogue, like the back and forth banner.
Absolutely. Yes.
See this?
So this is Drewski mocking British people, saying that for them to, and I can't say that I'm offended. Now, let's say, maybe British people are offended. Maybe Black British people would be offended. I don't think they're really offended, but this is what he's doing.
This role was sort of a bit cheeky. I got a little bit out of my comfort zone, During the filming of this role and this character, I felt oppressed, like an American slave, like a lot of struggle. I studied the art.
A fantastic turnout on the red carpet tonight. I'm just arriving. We have Samson Dubois at the American Guild Awards.
Samson, you look great tonight.
How hard was it for you to change your accent?
As a little boy from Manchester, I think, I struggle a bit with the dialect, right? But to really get into character for this quite astonishing role that I took on, to say the least, I put it all on the line.
All right, 3.
All right, so like on Twitter, that's got 46 million views. On other platforms as well, it's got millions.
I bet you people love it. I bet you. How many Black Americans are complaining? How many Black Americans are actually complaining over Drewski? I bet you they love it. I bet you they think it's funny, because as long as they see him as making fun of British people, pretending to be. And you got to remember, a lot of these people in the UK, not all, but a lot of the Black people in the UK, their parents, grandparents, great-grandparents came from the West Indies. Not all of them, because you do have those, who are more directly from the African continent, like from Nigeria. And I've heard that there's some conflict, like in the UK, those who are more directly from the African continent and those who are more so from the West Indies, or their parents, their background is more from the West Indies. Okay? Like, that's why I remember when you had the song, Pass the Chip on the Left Hand, and that came out when I was a kid, and I was like, wait a minute. And I found out they were from the UK. I was like, wait a minute, they sound Jamaican, but I was a kid when that came out, and I didn't understand that there was this migration, just like you had the Great Migration from the South to the North, to cities, more cities to the north in the United States. There was also a migration that happened. Let me see, what was it, around 1950? From the West Indies, like particularly from Jamaica to the UK. Okay, that had happened. So you had, that's why also that the root of ska music. And if you notice, you had a lot of those artists from the UK, like white artists who, seem to be influenced by reggae music, like the Police and, Roxanne, And UB40, another example, because obviously they had a lot of West Indies influence. So the reason I'm pointing that out is we do have to also understand that there are those in the UK who also descend from those who were enslaved in the Americas. Okay, all right, and we know that slavery in the Americas, at least with our people, quote unquote Negro people, we know that it started, initially in South America and like Brazil and also Central America. Well, Central America is not a continent, but South America, Central America, in the islands before in the what became the United States. All right, initially with the Portuguese, the Spaniards, the Portuguese, and the French, and eventually the English and Scottish, but anyways, right. It sounds like for real. I'm FBA and I say so, right? Just like for real. Oh, I know you. Yeah, you need to, Mr. K. I would love for you to hold on. Let me go to your channel. Just do some more, because you need to also, or perhaps if I were to do some panels, because I would open up. Y'all gotta let me know though for panel discussions, because you need to. I think you need to do some videos, bruh. I do. I think you need to do or be open to some discussions, because I know you know what you're talking about with the information you've shared with me. Yeah. And that's why I actually like what Godfrey is doing, even more so than all the, the Godfrey we trust. I actually, with the 154 Africa channel, I love these kind of discussions. But people I'm so tired of people, simple-minded people, just trying to throw us off. I think we need to have these discussions. We need to, yes, we do need to understand that we are different. We're not all the same. We do. And I think when we understand these differences and know these differences, we can better respect each other. But we do still have something very big in common. All right. Especially in this country here, or in the Western world, that we can't forget, and we're going to always be reminded of. No matter how much I'm Jamaican, I'm FBA, no matter, you're going to still be reminded in this country. All right. That's why I got to still, as much as I want to just emphasize that we are Yasharel, not just black, I know that we're still very much, things are still so much black and white. You understand what I'm saying? So I'm still going to be talking more so in black and white. Yeah. But yeah, so he was taking us. So it was initially Drewski. So that's what he was kind of responding to, and David Ayel, kind of almost like he was expanding on that and trying to be a little funny himself, expanding on what Drewski was joking on. Even though many people of the UK also descended from those who were enslaved in the Americas. I said the Americas. All right. Now, that may not be the case with David Ayeloo, being considering his name and everything. I'm assuming he's more of a direct descent of Africa. Now, I don't know the background, fully of his people, but yeah. I don't think he's a descendant of the West Indies, but but considering his name and everything. But so regardless, he gave an apology. He gave an apology. You ain't gotta accept it, but I do feel that, I'm cool with it. I'm not trying to find reasons to hate on my people or find reasons to act like I'm so up in arms and angry. Ain't nothing more he need to do. Either you rock with him or you don't. But to tell people that they can't, but they're using this as an excuse to go at Godfrey because they feel that Godfrey could have did more, said more, could have checked him, could have, this and that. And sometimes things that catch you off where you're not even really, just like I've been up here on panels, somebody say something, you may,
conversation. You had other.
You ain't got to accept it, but move on. Move on. It is not, you are not hurt by David Oyelowo. If you were not hurt by Drewski claiming that for a black foreigner, if you weren't hurt by Drewski joking that for a black foreigner or somebody of Britain, you know, they have to get more in the servitude mode to talk like a black American. If you weren't hurt by that, don't front like you're hurt by David Oyelowo. Yeah, who said you accept it? Don't accept it then. But you got to be that way all around. All this, then why are we still talking about Godfrey and, oh, he shouldn't? He could have checked him. But what is there really to check? Then he needs to check, he needs to check Drewski too. But, oh, it's all good because they, you know, there's a lot of things I could say that we could be doing. You should be doing more videos. I could check y'all for not doing enough in representing black Americans. Why aren't y'all doing more videos talking about the greatness of black Americans if you care so much? I should be checking y'all on that. Instead of just roasting tethers all day. If you care so much about black Americans and black American history and legacy, let me see. If I go to your channel, am I going to see a whole bunch of, y'all got to stop. This is fake outrage. This is fake outrage. There was too much being discussed in that podcast that we should give consideration to for y'all to be focusing and zooming in on that shit. Knowing damn well a lot of y'all think Drewski is hilarious. And also, and see, it could be taken that was an insult to black people, black British people. Because they are also descendant, many of them also descended from those who were enslaved in the Americas or in the Western world. Have you ever thought about that? But you don't see how many black British people are tripping over that. Can we say that Drewski insulted black British people? Did Drewski insult black British people? Can we say that he was mocking black British actors? No, he didn't. Who are you to say? Who are you to say? You don't think that was insulting? As you know, or could be insulting, even though they're not crying about it. But you don't think that could be insulting to them? What are you talking about? Yeah, get out of here with this fake out. They sitting around talking about. Let's see how they talk. Yeah, what do you consider talking about black Americans? So what? They were sitting calling you nasty, ugly. You're full of crap. Y'all are full of crap. Nobody was talking about you the way that y'all are trying to insinuate. Oh, first of all, Godfrey is a black American. He is a black American. This country is pretty much full of immigrants and those who are forced to be over here. Okay? 1526 is not that damn long ago. This country itself, the quote, this is part of the quote unquote new world. Godfrey was born in the United States. Born more than likely, he'd probably been living in this country longer than you. He was born in the United States. His parents are Nigerian, of Igbo descent, in fact. And many of the people of the Igbo were enslaved. They were purposely chosen to be enslaved in the Americas. And many of them are still dealing with oppression, even in the African continent. So what? Then, you know, if this is so what, then get your ass out of here, for real. I can't deal with this ignorance. Bye. Goodbye. I'm not going to deal with this ignorance. Just admit you want to talk, continue. You need a reason to keep talking shit about somebody else. If it makes it, if that's how you represent black American, you think that that's representing black Americans sitting and roasting and, you know what I'm saying? Roasting for boasting. You feel you got to hear other people continuously be put down, other groups of black people. This is just how it is with colorism. Other groups of black people put down on black, to make you feel better about yourself instead of just focusing on promoting your greatness, just admit that you just want to sit and talk. What are you talking about? Don't owe y'all an explanation. First of all, Danella, I'm from Chicago. My family from the South. I'm more than likely older than you. Okay? I'm from the heart of the United States. That's where I was born. My family from the South. What the fuck you talking about? Y'all, y'all. Get your ass out of here, for real. You ain't welcome a damn thing. Somebody, we welcome them here. Go on there. Go on over there. You just want to continue with the roasting and the African booty scratching jokes. Go on over there. Stop acting like y'all got this concern for Black Americans. Same people that be listening to Yo Mama So Black jokes. Get the hell out of here with that. Just go and just admit that you want to hear the jokes about them eating bushmeat and how they smell like cheetah pea. Just stop. Stop acting like you care about your people so much. Get the hell out of here with that shit. Because if you ain't offended by Oshay Duke Jackson and all the shit that he been saying up in here, we're going to get into that. Then I'm not trying to hear you. Block. I'm just come up in here trying to distract from the point that's being made. I'm not trying to hear you.
Hollywood actors, African Americans, complaining about the same thing. Samuel Jackson once talked about this here, and others said, well, you know, they're cheaper than African Americans. And then you have the folks out there, a lot of ADOS folks, a lot of foundational Black Americans.
I can understand if you're making the point that there need to be more Black Americans hired for these, especially if they're playing Black Americans, this and that. Okay. That's another thing too. Like when Black women talk about colorism, for instance, being that the majority of Black women, like Black American women, being that the majority of Black women are of, from medium brown to dark brown complexion, or brown to black skin, as we would put it, you would think that the majority of Black women you see in films, movie, TV shows, commercials, etc., portraying Black American, or just Black love interest, you would think that would what you would be seeing as the majority, but it is not. And so when Black women talk about this, it's interesting that a lot of quote unquote, who what y'all would call FBA men, they are very dismissive of this conversation. When all that Black women are saying is that it's not saying that a woman, let's say my complexion, should not be seen, because we know that I too am Black American. We know that. What is being said is that these are not, women of this complexion do not represent the majority of Black women. So why is this being shown majority of time? But notice how that is dismissed. Nobody is given that consideration. And that's kind of unrealistic, right? But now all of a sudden, some of these very same guys, because he has a Haitian Roland Martin has a Haitian great grandparent. I know that. It doesn't matter to me either way. Yeah, and and his people descended from those more than likely who were enslaved in the Americas. Why is it? Yeah, like somebody pointed out, Tariq Nasheed, he can question every caller about their background, but if you dare question about his woman, then he gets offensive. He gets, he don't want to talk about it. He want to deflect. Yeah, that is something. Why do FBA claim Egypt and not West and Central Africa? Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing, saying, they need to stop talking about Africans. I did a whole series on ancient Egypt, the ancient Egyptians being Black. I didn't see only people trying to complain were Caucasians trying to claim that ancient Egyptians as Caucasian. But I don't recall any Blacks, whether they Americans, I don't remember them complaining about my series. I don't remember anybody complaining about Hidden Colors or 1804. I don't recall. Do y'all know of any Haitians really complaining about it? I don't think so. But, we're trying to tell, stop talking about, y'all stop playing. I can talk about, if I want to talk about Nigeria, I'm going to talk about what the hell I want to. All right? Can't tell somebody to stop talking. If I want to talk about Europe, I want to talk about the UK. I'm gonna talk about what the hell I want to. All right, y'all are good. Really, this is kind of like some sort of cancel culture. I thought that y'all were okay with free speech. This is what y'all are trying. Godfrey needs to stop mentioning Black Americans. He need to even stop saying Black America. Y'all, for real though, for real. This is like sounding like some cancel culture. Like y'all trying to censor a brother. And I think you are. I think some of these channels, I think you are. That's why I'm questioning who sent you, who planted you. Especially when I consider what Godfrey's been talking about more recently. So I knew that y'all were going to turn up the heat on Godfrey because I know what this is really about. Right. Don't tell me. I'm gonna come up in here talking about whatever, you know. Now, if people get offended, oh well. But I'm gonna talk. You think you gonna tell me I can't talk about? I had nobody. If I talk about Nigeria, oh yeah, and there used to be a person. I'm not gonna lie. They used to be. Well, we don't call ourselves West Africa. We don't call ourselves. And I would definitely try to give them consideration. I said, understand, I'm talking to my Black American, you know, I know that a lot of the people who follow my channel are Black American so that they understand, you know, of course, I know that West Africa, they don't refer to themselves, oh, we're sub-Saharan Africans. We're sub-Saharan Africans. I understand that. And I tried to give them consideration. But then it got to a point where, look, okay, now it seems like you're trying to dictate, this was some years ago, how I'm talking. I told you, I understand that you don't refer to yourself as sub-Saharan Africa. I'm talking to my predominantly Black American, you know, audience, if you will. So there was a point. First, I was giving what they were saying consideration, but then when it got to the point, okay, you're trying to, control how I heard you, and you know doggone well I'm not trying to say anything offensive. You understand, especially when I'm talking. Like I know that we no longer use terms like Negroid and all of that, but I'm using these even if they're outdated anthropological terms for a reason. There's a point where no, you're not gonna try to censor me. Yeah, I understand, Reef. Let me highlight what you're saying. And see, if I didn't understand, I wouldn't even give this consideration. I wouldn't even be mentioning this. Okay? But what I'm talking about, you know, like for instance, when I'm sharing my DNA test results. But you understand why I may use that term. That's not something like I'm not going up to, like I had a girl from Nigeria allowed to stay with me. I didn't go up to her and say, oh, how you doing, my sub-Saharan African sister? No, okay. But in me talking about, like, let's say, with the things that I have been talking about, like if I'm talking about haplogroups, DNA, I'm going to use these terms. Even if some of these terms may be outdated, I'm going to use, like in talking on anthropologically speaking, I'm going to use a term like Negroid, Caucasoid, Mongoloid. You understand what I'm saying? In the United, I get what you're saying, Janet Apun, but in the United States, we cannot deny that African people have been referred to as Black people. In the Black American lexicon, even if they don't refer to themselves, just like how we use the reference Moors. Those who we refer to as Moors in history, I don't believe that they called themselves Moors. I don't believe our original people did not call ourselves Black. We really, do y'all know? Like somebody, I was just listening to somebody. Oh yeah, also it was actually on the 154 Africa podcast where he was just talking, the guy that's with Godfrey, that was on he was saying how like his father-in-law, he still gets offended, you know, being called Black. Yeah, because back in the like earlier in the 60s, Black was offensive. You hear Black Americans, you know, in documentaries and stuff talking about that. Like even Richard Pryor, he was like in one of his 70s stand-ups, he was talking, wow, we Black now. Now we call it like as if, wow, like we can say this now. Yeah, they said calling a person Black, let's say like in the 1950s, early 60s, those were fighting words. Did you know that? Even though we proudly embrace Black, even though I believe that we should be referring to ourselves more so as Yasharel, because when they decided to label us as Black, it wasn't just about our melanin. It was a way of putting a curse on us. I'm realizing this more and more. It was something a little more esoteric that I'm now beginning to realize. But yeah, there was a time, yeah, he said that he preferred being called Negro. But I know me being born when I was born. See, I was born right after that period in the early mid 70s where I'm black and I'm proud. And that was now it's the cool thing to be black. So when I used to watch, when I would hear Negro, if I heard Negro, I would be thinking Jim Crow and yeah, I would think of them documentaries my mama had me watching on, the struggle in the South. And so when I heard Negro, I kind of felt that was a little more offensive. Yeah, you full of jokes, ain't you, Oshay? You know what's up. You know I have not forgotten. I ain't forgot. You know I've been here long enough. I ain't forgot. What you're doing is messy as hell. But I see you. I see you, Cornelius. I see you. I've been seeing you. I haven't forgot. I haven't forgot. You remember Korean Gaines? I ain't forgot. And you know I'm not one that you can tame. Tommy had to find out. I can't be tamed. I can't be bought off. I see what you're doing. 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 I see what you're doing, effeminizing this brother Godfrey. I see what you're doing with the fake outrage at Godfrey. I see you. I see all of y'all. All of y'all, I believe are some agents and some plants up in here. Who are you really? Who are you really? But anyways, getting back on, let me see, hold on. All these doggone tabs. It's so confusing, the StreamYard. Now, if we were to talk about, like I've talked about, you had melanated people all over the planet. All right, melanated people all over the planet. That's why I do feel we need to give consideration to haplogroups. Godfrey is more than likely of the same haplogroup, E1B1A, or what was referred to as E1B1A, as Mr. Desha. Okay? Yeah, they've been, I'm telling you, it wasn't enough for them to cause chaos. These people to cause divisions between black men and black women. More specifically, black American black women and black American men. But I guess they got to divide the diaspora. They're not done. These grifters and shapeshifters. But I don't even believe that this is just a grift. I believe that there are puppet masters. I believe that there are puppet masters. So, anyways, they act like they were so offended. They weren't offended by Drewski, and But anyways, so they feel that Godfrey could have did more, said more, this, and that. Okay, whatever. If that's what you feel, that's what you feel. But to make it as if, Godfrey should be totally canceled, who the hell are these people? These are the very same people. Now, I've done videos defending, because I believe that Michael Jackson has been falsely accused as well as Bill Cosby. You ain't gonna see me, jumping and defending people like B. Diddy and R. Kelly. I'm sorry. Yeah, they were great, But these are the same people willing, free R. Kelly. Free Diddy. But they tell me, gosh, Godfrey, unforgivable.
Saying that shit. Look at him.
Okay, let me go back a little bit. So he responds eventually. Okay, this is in Godfrey We Trust podcast. Eventually, let me speed it up a little bit. Fair use. Godfrey responds. Let me speed it up a little bit because someone called in his show. One black. Now, I don't know. Yeah, Godfrey, cool as hell. Like I said, Shorty, I met him. He is cool as hell. That's what got me out. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. I ain't even want to talk about Tariq Nasheed anymore. I even put my one video on Oshay on private. But after me seeing this with Godfrey, I'm like, what is this shit about? Especially when I have been noticing his more recent podcast, which I really like. I said, okay, I see what's going on. I see what's going on. Well, Tariq, as of yet, has not really spoken against Godfrey. As of yet. Also, Godfrey's donated some money to what Tariq Nasheed's doing. And, of course, Godfrey's got a little more money than a lot of us may have. But I wouldn't doubt that Tariq would find an excuse to flip on him, as with the Professor Smalls. But yeah, so let me see. Let me go back.
Was that she had her roots.
Okay, I should have had this already set up.
Did the whole segment about, doing different actions.
They're going to win the World Cup.
On a banner.
If anybody's going to World Cup, he or she, gray area 1,000.
Fair use.
Gray area 1001 GT waste. Just
that's
great.
it. Is it pretty? Is it the
Tiger Lily?
Yes.
What did she talk about?
Well, I guess we're supposed to assume this is a black. Okay, I believe this is a Black American woman who called in, addressing the show that he did with David Oyelowo.
Okay, so when David was on the 54 podcast, right? You guys did a whole segment about doing different accents. So it was a lot of heat over him doing the accent. Over he was saying how a Nigerian accent, the Nigerian accent converts down into a slave accent. So Karen Hunter did a whole segment on her show about how David has no right to be saying that. He's trolling Black Americans. She went in. When you get an opportunity, I'm not saying you have to respond, but I never told you what to do. But I was like, when you get an opportunity, look it up, because a lot of people had a lot to say about what David said. I don't have no problem with it, because I'm like, this man is a talented actor, and how he was taking his interpretation of one thing. But David actually put out a statement where he apologized for what he said.
I talked to him.
But that being said, though, it's kind of like you don't have to go back and forth with Karen. That's why I said sometimes I hate when people say, "Oh, you need to talk about this and you need to talk about that." You don't need to talk about shit you don't want to talk about.
But why would I apologize today?
Let gray area call.
Thank you for telling me. Hold on. Well, can you hang up, Tiger Lily? We got to get this other person that asked me to apologize to her. Yeah, okay. Thank you. Thanks, Tiger Lily. I appreciate you.
Call again, gray area.
But of course, Karen's going to jump on that because she has to.
Okay, I'm not too familiar with who this Karen woman, what he said, name is Karen Hunt is. I'm not too familiar. Obviously, there's been some individual Black woman who has been perhaps poking or provoking, and I guess she happens to be Black American. I don't know. That is him addressing some individual woman. Now, yeah, he is going to use profanity, and of course I shouldn't agree with that, but yeah, he doesn't have to use profanity. I don't know, perhaps it's a thing of where she started it. Look, there's a lot of you guys up in here, just like they have not hesitated in coming at me. All right, let's cut the BS. All right, stop acting like y'all so offended on behalf of Black American women or whatever. But he is responding to, I guess, an individual who has been, but I don't really know the background with that.
Fucking bozo. What?
Hello?
Hello.
He's saying Karen Hunter is a real journalist, a part of legacy media. Okay. You got him confused with TK Kirkland. How's that?
Hello.
Oh, the prime minister? Hello.
How are you?
Yeah, the name is familiar.
I'm good. How are you?
I'm excellent. Shoot. That's gray area, right?
It is. It is also known as Amela. So I've been following you a long time, but I also follow Karen Hunter, and I just feel like you guys need to squash whatever this is because you seem most aligned. Although I am a little annoyed about the episode with David Oyelowo, but I know it's not in alignment with the World Cup. So I can give you.
Y'all think this call may have been set up, and it's a Black woman calling, and then she mentions Karen Hunter. Yeah, but anyways, I mean, okay, in all fairness, she may have been, with sincere intentions.
A little bit on that, but yeah. So, okay, one thing at a time. So
what's your side of the story with Karen Hunter? Not to overtake your show, but I am curious.
Okay.
Take my side. Wait.
How do you feel about Karen Hunter? Is what she's asking, I think.
I got fired by her. What's the big?
She fired him.
She fired me. So what?
I know, but she says that you were like, listen, I've watched you evolve.
No.
So
Tell me what she
sure,
said. Get to it.
She said you were extremely disrespectful to her. And
How?
She said you called her a bitch.
I called her a bitch after she talked shit about me. You understand?
Okay.
So get the whole story. Okay.
So this just sounds like two individuals. Whether I don't think this is about one demographic versus another demographic. I don't even think that this is necessarily a gender thing, even if he used the BITCH. Okay. And people saying he's crashing out. Oh, wait, some FBA said he's chimping out. Well, I'm gonna just say this: if you've been fired by somebody, and yeah, you might be a little more triggered by something, especially somebody bringing up something. But I don't know. I don't know the whole thing.
Because I moved the fuck on. First of all, I'm not trying to be mad at you, but hold on. I've moved on. I never mentioned Karen.
Okay.
So people were telling me, they were coming at me, like people were sending me messages going, Karen is dogging you on her show. And I was like, well, she fired me. Why? And I didn't even answer. I just kept it moving about my business.
What he's saying is, not only was he fired by this person continued to talk. I think when you be just a little bit triggered, if that's the case, if someone who fired you, an individual who fired you, and then they're still kind of talking about you, I think wouldn't you be a little triggered? But I don't know. All right.
And she was insulting me because I know people that are loyal that was telling me, yeah, Karen's saying this about you. I was like, wow, that sucks. And then I was like, hey, Karen, keep my name out your mouth. Like you fired me. I moved on. You know what I mean? I just kept it moving. And she kept on throwing jabs at me and people were telling me this. Okay. And then she goes talking about my career ain't shit, all kinds of shit, as if she made my career. My career's been around. She asked me to come on her channel. I was minding my business. I was walking through the hallways of Sirius XM when she approached me. You understand?
Okay. I hear you.
No, this is what the story is, miss. She asked me to be on her show. And I was like, well, I don't really do radio. I don't really want to do it. She goes, no, you should do it. She kept bugging me. And then she gave me an hour, which was the power hour at 12. And then it was doing so well that I moved on to 6 to 8. And I was like, oh, I'll just do an hour. Then everybody was like, do more than 2 hours, do more than 1 hour. And then I got moved. And then I told her before I got on that station, I say a lot of edgy shit. I don't think you want me on this channel. It's a conservative black channel. And she goes, no, we want to change the feel of the show. I said, I'm going to keep it 100 though. Let me say what I want to say. And I got fired over some bullshit.
I didn't call her a bitch.
What do you mean?
I didn't call her. I was on the show.
Yeah, why would you say you did?
I'm saying I didn't call her a bitch.
I did.
No, I'm saying I didn't call her a bitch. And I got kicked off.
Oh, right. Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, that's why I'm showing this. Why do you think my streams are going to take so long? Because I'm going to show things and talk about things in fuller context. See, this is when people want to spread propaganda, they're going to take little snips and pieces. I understand that everybody ain't got the time like that, but I'm just saying, if you got the time to gossip, you got the time to listen to things in fuller context. All right. Because I'm one of those people, I'm going to fully examine things. I'm like, what is all this on against Godfrey? I'm going to look at it, or at least try to.
And and Lamont didn't call her a bitch,
and he got kicked off.
She don't talk to Lamont. So when you have a situation where you the one Sylvia didn't call her a bitch,
she fired her too.
So you're under the.
I'm not gonna lie, it sounds like she's kind of a bitch.
when you have a situation where wait. When you have a situation where somebody always has the problem with somebody else, then it can't be everybody else.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's facts.
I hear you.
You have to understand. Yeah. You guys are probably still listening to Karen. All of us moved on. I wasn't talking about her. I didn't do none of that. And her whole thing about black unity, she's full of shit. She is full.
What this fool? The average black American is nowhere near that guy's complexion. What the hell are you talking about? I come from a black American family. I got a brother darker than Godfrey. What the hell are you talking about? Do I need to show my family again? If y'all don't get out of here with this, oh my goodness. See, that's what I'm saying. We black, we ain't that black. Get the hell out of here. Hold on. Let me take it. This is the ignorance. Now, I'm sorry. Y'all don't represent me. Y'all claiming that wait, how the hell why didn't I allow me to get rid of this damn comment? I'm sorry, y'all. Hold on, let me get rid of this. Yeah, it is. Yeah, and see, these could be white trolls over here. These could be white trolls. They want us to see things like this, you know, that's feeding it. I can imagine them sitting back with them popcorn, getting off on all this as y'all talk about, call them stanky, musty. And then they're going to be waiting. Hey, he ain't that just trust it. Look, I got to show y'all my brother. One of my older brothers. Y'all talking about? Now, let me show you some people in my family. Oh, I already have. Hold the hell on. Let me show you. Hold on. My mama's sibling on my mama's side. My mama was a dark cinnamon woman, and she was the lightest. Her and her one sister who passed lupus, they were the lightest it got on my mama's side of her and her siblings, you know, representing 2 marriages. I mean, her mama being married 2 times. But all them siblings, yeah, especially with my mama who had the same mom and daddy. Yeah, those who had the same mom and daddy, she was the lightest. And my mama was a melanated dark cinnamon woman. Hold on. What y'all talking about? What y'all? Let me see. Now, I ain't got no pictures of granddaddy, but he was a very, very dark man. Very dark man. That's why my DNA results, no surprise. But do you see these, now on the, okay, this representing, I ain't got no grandfather pictures, unfortunately. But he was, the picture I remember my grandmama having, he was, and my grandmama's father was very, very dark. But that, on my maternal side. It's my maternal grandmother, 2 pictures of her, my mother in the center, and down there, all my mother's siblings, representing 2 marriages. The first 6 on the left, that represents the first family or the first marriage. So those are all on the left. The first 6, those are my mama's siblings, the same mom and daddy. You see, my mama was the lightest it got. Okay, the one with the cigarette, I just lost him. I think he was the darkest of my uncles. Definitely darker than Godfrey. What the hell are you talking about? What are you talking about? My mama was the lightest one. And she was a dark cinnamon. And she gets darker than that in the winter. Oh, she, rest in peace. Her daddy and granddaddy, very, very dark men. And what's interesting, my grandmama, you see her, she had a twin sister, was unalived by her boyfriend at like age 19, I think. But she had a twin sister named Yella. How did she have a light-skinned twin sister? The world will never know. But she had a twin sister, they nicknamed her Yella. Oh, thank you, sweetheart. Yes, my grandma had a twin sister. My grandmama up here, obviously, not identical, but a twin sister who was unalived at what was she, 19 years old? By a boyfriend, shot to death. But they nicknamed her Yella because somehow she came out light-skinned. These things happen, okay? Like I said, these things happen. So what the hell are you talking about? But anyways, back to regularly scheduled program. So what the hell are you talking about? My family from the South. They from Mississippi. Mississippi, where my aunt and auntie born in Tennessee. But mama side from Mississippi, daddy side from Alabama. Okay? Yeah, that is the same person. Those pictures that you saw at top, they represented the same person. My grandmother. That's just a younger picture on the left. And notice they had my grandma. If you see her face, if you were able to see, I can't zoom in though. But she had a very small nose and lips. But look at my features, very broad. But guess what? I get my broader features from my father's side. But that's also where I believe my complexion comes from. Where I believe, but who's to say what side is more quote unquote Negro? The side where the side of the family where they have darker skin, but the features are smaller and narrower, or the side where, you know, there may be some lighter people, but the features are bigger and broader, like you see on my face. Who's to say what side is more quote unquote Negro? I know, outdated term, but so I'm gonna give you this face here. I'm gonna give you this face here. All right, stop tripping.
She does her thing in the context of her
listen,
thing.
but
when
she's
you talk
full
about-
of shit.
But interpersonally, there's a reason why she has.
No, what's crazy is the ones who have passed away, Pentazoid, more so are from the second family. Because I have some aunties and uncles that are like just a couple of years older than me, and only one of them are left. The younger siblings of my from my grandma's second marriage, you know, they're almost all gone. And I just a month ago lost an uncle, the one that had the cigarette in his mouth. You know, yeah, that's what's crazy. The ones that were just a couple of years older than my siblings, they were like, you know, late boomers, early Gen X's. They're pretty much all gone except for one. Yeah, and you know, a lot of these siblings are, you know, the only ones that's, I don't mean to sidetrack y'all, but yeah, the only one, let me see, my auntie here gone, uncle been gone, auntie passed away. This was the auntie I lived with my uncle for a minute, back and forth as a child. Her and, you know, her husband, they both gone though. My uncle here, he passed back in 88, around 88. This uncle in the center, he's still alive. He's the one who got the big mansion. He's the one with money. This uncle with the cigarette just passed a month ago. The next, you know, and this uncle's still alive with the blue shirt on. And this uncle, yeah, he passed. The one with the baby. And my auntie, she passed. And then my uncle here, the one with Down syndrome, he passed. And my one auntie, she was only a couple of years older than me. She was only 22 years old. She passed the lupus. And so there's only very few left now. So sad to say. But anyways, sorry about that, y'all.
Has a problem with everybody else.
Well, she tricked me, and how I got fired was some bullshit, because I personally think my show was doing really well. It was and I know on the inside, motherfuckers was like, you was doing really well. They had to find something to get you on. And I knew on some inside shit, which I ain't gonna mention that person. And I was like, cool, because I was kicking ass. Because the week before she fired me,
now,
I went.
Consider what Godfrey's saying here. Maybe there's some people, even though people know he's funny, talented, people want to interview him, they want to, but I do feel that Godfrey, let's say, talk too much on certain things that certain people may not want him talking about. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because it is interesting listening to him here. They know he got the talent, the charisma, but he is one that will go there on certain subjects in regards to race and racism that may make some people uncomfortable, because they want him to be more assimilated, as it may have seemed back in the days of I Love the 80s and, you know, VH1 specials and stuff. But see, yeah, Godfrey, and especially what I've been listening to him with recently, they're going to really be coming after him even more so. Like with him talking about, yeah, I'm going to show you what I'm talking about. That's why I'm like, who sent you? Who sent y'all people? What y'all? Yeah. So please hear my words. They're gonna be coming at Godfrey even more so. They're gonna find, and they need us. However, just like how they were doing Michael Jackson, when they see, he don't like his skin. Now notice back in the 80s, I remember when Bad came out and all of that, and his skin looked different in 87. Nobody was caring really. Nobody was caring that he. But it was a. It's no coincidence when they started going at Michael Jackson. And then when they really wanted to take him out, when they knew they wanted to take, they had to get us, see, he don't care about black people. See, you know. I'm telling you, and I was trying to warn black folks. Nobody was listening. The very year that he died, nobody was listening to me. They were so busy. It was all cool and fun and games to make fun of Michael Jackson. Yeah, I'm talking to all of y'all. You know what I'm talking about, going back to the message forum. Nobody was hearing me. I said, they're going to take out Michael soon. Nobody was listening to me. But anyways.
He's still listening to Karen. All of us moved on
with somebody else. Then it can't be everybody else.
Yeah, it's facts.
I hear you.
You have to understand. Yeah. You guys are probably still listening to Karen. All of us moved on. I wasn't talking about her. I didn't do none of that. And her whole thing about black unity, she's full of shit. She is full of shit.
She does her thing in the context of her thing.
Listen, but she's full of shit.
But interpersonally,
talking about an individual here. There's black Americans.
The reason why she has a problem with everybody else.
Well, she tricked me. And how I got fired was some bullshit because I personally think my show was doing really well. It was fucking, I know on the inside, motherfuckers was like, you was doing really well. They had to find something to get you on. And I knew on some inside shit, which I ain't going to mention that person. And I was like, cool, because I was kicking ass. Because the week before she fired me, I went to an advertising meeting at Madison Square Garden. It was all the people that were going to sponsor me. And they said, well, what's your show about? I came in that room and it was awesome. I had them rolling, laughing. And then she fires me the next week. It was just.
So it seemed like there's a lot more to this. This isn't about him against a Democrat, which y'all claim he's crashing out on black Americans. Y'all are full of shit. Y'all are full of shit. There's something more to this.
It's weird. The chronology of what happened, I was like, wow. And so I remember getting off the train, coming from D.C., because I went to D.C. to cross-promote with Joel Madison. Rest in peace, Joel Madison. Woke up early in the morning on my own to meet Joel Madison. Then I did Laura Coates' shit. And that's when the Laura Coates thing happened, where they kicked me off. But either way, I've said worse stuff. I didn't say anything crazy. I said exactly what I imitate people, and I got fired. And I was like, that was just real shady. But then I said, you know what? All right. And I just moved on, and I started doing Lord Jamar's thing with Raw Digger and doing my In Godfrey We Trust. I said, let me just go do that. And that's how the Steve Harvey stuff went viral. I was like, that was a blessing that she fired me. Because first of all, I don't like that corporate shit anyway. That's why I was very hesitant because a lot of comedians were being fired from SiriusXM anyway. So I was tired of that.
There's also a situation where there was this perception of radio is better than podcasting.
Yeah.
So anytime you called the show podcasting, she would get mad at this ain't podcasting, this radio, which ultimately now she has a podcast.
Now she has a podcast jumping off on my
there's a situation where you're talking about there was an older mentality that radio was something special and podcasting was some kind of subpar.
Godfrey haters, you said?
No, that's real. I used to
and let me say this. And ultimately, she has a podcast now where
she's talking.
So there was a stigma about the podcast.
I didn't hear you. Wait, hello? It must be a delay or some shit. Hello?
Okay.
Go ahead. What were you saying?
Can you hear me?
Talking to the
no, just real quick, in terms of the stigma about the podcast versus radio, like, we had a co-host of mine on Clubhouse. He had a great opportunity to start a show on YouTube a long time ago. But because of that stigma, she's like much deeper into journalism than I am, and she didn't want to do it. And I'm like, man, look at everybody on YouTube. So anyway, I feel you. I know it was definitely a sentiment that people didn't want to, be known as.
If you feel that Godfrey, I'm going to highlight what you're saying, Oshay. But if you feel that about Godfrey, you got that right. You got that right. But he's not deserving of these attacks that he's getting.
Being on podcasts, but they didn't have any choice but to change.
That wasn't. That's not true.
A separate issue.
That's not true.
No,
the point was that
all the known people.
Wait, listen.
All the journalists.
Listen. The industry.
Niggas in Chicago are confused. No, I ain't confused. I ain't confused. I think you know that. No, actually, we're very conscious in Chicago. I know you might think the whole Chirac. But we're some of the most conscious people have came out of this city. That's why you had the quote unquote, even though I don't follow Moorish science, but you had the Moorish temple. That's why you had the headquarters of the Nation of Islam in Chicago. That's why Chicago, we gave you Soul Train, Ebony Jet Magazine, Chicago Defender, one of the first black newspapers. Okay? We are very, very. I know they want you to just think Chirac, but nah. I ain't gonna have you up in here disrespecting my peace. I ain't gonna have you disrespecting us for too long. I know it's easy for y'all to talk about Chicago today, Chirac. I know that's easy to do. Going for a lot of the media hype. They've been trying to, this has been a very black city. And that's why they've been trying to clear us Negroes out. And with all the propaganda that y'all be falling for. Yeah, Kanye came, and so did Common. Yeah, Kanye came from, he sure did. I can name it, so did, if they didn't come from Chicago, they grew up in Chicago, Sam Cooke, a lot of people. No, Oprah didn't come from Chicago, but yeah, she did represent. And your point is, what's your point? There's a lot of people in Chicago. Before you had the Harlem Globetrotters, it was the Chicago Globetrotters. Stop trying to deter me anyways. Yeah, Obama, yeah, he wasn't originally from it, but yeah. And what's your point? And where you from? Why you try to talk about Chicago? I don't even know you. You could be a white, all I know. So what, you trying to start some Midwest verse? He's trying to trigger me and get me focused on this Chicago. You got good, you got bad everywhere. You got thugs here. You got thugs everywhere. Okay. All right. You're a distraction. And I don't know why I'm feeding into it. Hold on. Let me stop feeding into it. And just get rid of you. All right. Yeah. Let's not even go into the black, let's not even go into. Yeah, that's what Dick Gregory said. A lot of the real was in Chicago. That's what he felt like. The more, you know what I'm saying? Even with we talk about the Panthers in Oakland, and but we don't really talk that much about Chicago influencing how you had to straight up. That's why, if you notice, it wasn't the ones on the West Coast. It was more so. Well, I'm not saying that there weren't those who were taking out police on the West Coast. The Panthers and all. But if you notice, why was Fred Hampton? Why was he the primary target? You had straight up. See, we don't get the credit. We're always kind of in the shadows. But I don't want to make this into no East Coast first, West Coast, Midwest. We better than you and all of that. Yeah, Martin Luther King was up here in Chicago. That's what kind of influenced Martin Luther King to kind of go in a certain direction. He was living in Chicago sometimes shortly before his death, going against the Daily Machine. He was being protected by the Black P. Stones. When you watch that movie on Judas and the Black Messiah, they had this group, they called them the Crowns. That was actually, it was a fictional group, the Crowns, but that was actually the Black P. Stones. I'm not saying, I'm not giving praise to the El Rookins, but I'm just saying, it's part of history. Just like you had the Moorish Temple, Yeah. Oh, really? Yeah, we gave you Eric Monty, Good Times. We gave you a lot. People don't know. In Illinois alone, Richard Pryor, Red Fox. Now, many of these people may have originally derived from the South. So show some respect. What did you say? High School Tariq had this issue of lying for no reason. He was suspended for it several times. Oh, wow. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, we the central. That was the reason everybody was heading to the city during the second Great Migration wave. It was the first too, but just like Harlem has its history, Chicago definitely has its history, even though it's kind of been in the shadows. But we contributed a lot with our gospel greats. That's what greatly contributed to soul music, and it's about our connection with the South. Yeah, they you see how they are. They just trying to get me in some little. This is a distraction. This is a distraction. Oh yeah, because for one, with the Nation of Islam being headquartered, that's what Louis Farrakhan, his home, south side of Chicago, because that was Elijah Muhammad's home. those initial Israelites that out there in Dimon, Israel, that, you know, those ones who they were from Chicago. Now, whether you agree or disagree, like I don't follow Moorish science. I'm not with Islam, but I'm just saying what y'all know as Black consciousness today, a lot of people from my city, whether they were born here, but pretty much raised here, or, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, and even when we talk about Afro Sheed and Ultra Sheed, rest in peace to George Ellis Johnson. Like I said, yeah, you Soul Train, Don Cornelius, that originated at Chicago. So ain't no confusion here, honey. Ain't no confusion here. Maybe you confused on the history, but no confusion this way. Just like when you come to our comedians, yeah. And that's what makes it great, because we're right in the center. We're like kind of in the center, you know, and we got that direct down south influence. But yeah, so we can kind of see things in different perspectives in this country, and you know, can give you a little more balance. But let me not, because then that's me being prideful. I don't want to be like, you know, Tariq's followers with the puffed up pride that ain't benefiting Jack. But anyways, wait, where was I? Where were we? Oh, okay.
Changed.
Okay.
I have people that was this guy before you. Oh, your shit ain't, you know, and then she went in on my career.
Nobody cares about radio.
And she even told me your shit ain't, you know, and then she went in on my career. I was like, I was this guy before you. In fact, I was helping out your channel. You know how I know? Because I have people that come to my show go, man,
rest in peace to your mom. But wow, that's interesting. That's really interesting. Yeah, my family on the west side of Chicago, well, that was the base where my family migrated to, but we were just where my grandma's home base was. It's just, like I said, just 15 minutes from where Fred Hampton was unalive. My mama born the same year as Fred Hampton. She was affiliated with the Panthers. She didn't really like talking about it though, much. Yeah, but they were born the exact same year. My mom and Fred Hampton. Yeah. So I'm sorry, y'all. Y'all know how I get easily.
I wish you was still on that channel, man. You tore that bitch down. I had truck drivers honking their horns at 6 p.m. all around the country.
Yeah.
My
I remember.
my callership would stay full. I mean, I had the proof of it, you know, but her saying that shit, look at her now. Now she wants to jump on David Ayuolo because she don't have fucking nothing else to talk about. So she's gonna jump on my podcast, which is
oops, sorry. Click something accidentally.
A dope ass podcast. And by the way, David Ayuolo has apologized, but British black people do not have a perspective of American blacks.
Get it.
But the fact is that these mistakes need to happen so we can talk about it. So we can have people going, damn, I fucked up. I think David probably didn't mean it that way, but the British black experience is so different than the black American experience. He probably was like, no, it's a little subservient. They don't know any better. A lot of them just don't know any better.
No,
yeah, and you see, that's the thing. We could take this thing and talk about it, but no, they want to express this fake outrage. Yeah, what he said should be confronted. Drewski's joke should be confronted. You understand? Obviously, the British are not offended by it. Drewski joking on British actors, even though many of the black Brits, they also descended from those who were enslaved in the Americas. Maybe not David Ayuolo, who may obviously I'm going to assume is more from direct Nigerian descent, but considering his name and all. But yeah, you know, if we're gonna have to talk about what Drewski, you know, because that's what he was like playing on, probably trying to be funny, going along with you know, Drewski's little skit, playing along with it, showing that he could flip up his accent, just like I did my little video with the British accent, talking about the black mouthpieces, even though my accent sucked. You know, come on, let's not front as if we haven't had. It's just like when Beyonce did the thing, you know, she meant no harm, and even with certain, I felt that there may have been even some fake outrage on the part of some people who are of African descent. Now, who am I to tell people what to be offended of, of another culture? But I do think there may have been some, because I think Beyonce meant no harm when she was up on an elephant. But yes, we do still need to point out that even though we may see this as powerful image, not all Africans are just wearing kente cloths and riding on elephants and all speaking Swahili, Yeah, like this idea. Okay, remember in the movie Coming to America, and it was Paula Abdul, Caucasian Jewish woman, who is doing the she does the choreography for the African dancing. And you got this fictional country and everything. Yeah, and I don't think there's no Africans expressed. But remember with Coming to America, and they got the little African dancing, and I guess that's how Paula Abdul see Africans, because she did the choreography. You know what I'm saying? And some can say, well, what if this is like, is this mockery of Africans? Like, okay, like with arranged marriages and everything, and how they have the woman barking like a dog. And some could say like this is a mockery of how we do things in Africa, But no, nobody took it that way, because you're looking at people's intentions. When you know that that's not a person, deep down when it's, not people's intention. Like, I don't think that Beyonce, when she was on you remember a couple of years ago, and it calls, what was it, The Black is King or something? Yeah, and she was up on an elephant, and, she didn't mean no harm. Like I was a teenager with the whole, during the time of late 80s and the conscious era of hip hop. And from the late 80s into early 90s, and we wearing Africa medallions. I remember in wood shop in high school, late 80s, making an Africa medallion that I wore. And, and just red, black, and green. And you may have had people now wearing kente fabric. And we know that, for instance, not all Black people speak Swahili. And but we meant no harm. We meant no harm. It was really a thing of embracing. We really didn't mean as an insult. Right. Coming to America was very Hollywood. But that Eddie Murphy ain't mean no harm. That, what I'm saying? Arsenio, James Earl Jones. That was his name, right? Yeah. No, they meant no harm. So why is y'all tripping? Why we just had another Coming to America movie. Some could say, oh, this depicted Africans as sexist, or having the women, the servants, give them a bath, bathe them, and the royal penis is clear. No, nobody was tripping over that. Some could say that, oh, this is depicting African men as being, wanting these women to bark like a dog, and whereas Akeem's character is the only Black man who's willing to go against the culture or whatever. Where his dad thought he just wanted to sow his royal oats. Some people could say that was, but no, nobody was, because And I know y'all say, well, that actually showed Africans a more positive light. But who knows? But let's say if they were to play on fake outrage, African, they could use, you know what I'm saying? Right, that movie's a classic. Exactly. So y'all need to cut the shit, okay? We had the movie Roots. Come to find out, it was not exact. Even though we know it's more horrific, but just the depiction of how it was with Kunta Kinte and. So let's just got OJ Simpson in there. He was looking for to get a drum. How you doing, Azure TV? Yeah. So let's stop. Let's stop acting like we're so. Let's cut the crap. Okay, this is fake outrage.
And I think it's good that people can listen. Hold up.
People are saying now. You heard Godfrey talking about how what happened with him being fired by this woman who wants to continue talking about him. Y'all talking about he's crashing out. He's already, of course you would be triggered. Somebody who fired you were doing a really good job pulling in numbers, and you fired, and I'm sure he knows why he was actually fired. Okay? and he's feeling that this was unjust, and that person is still just like how Godfrey. Let's say Godfrey still talking shit about God. And not only is no. Who am I trying to say? Corey Holcomb still talking ish about Godfrey. Not only is he talking ish about Godfrey, he is insulting his manhood. Now, if Godfrey was to eventually fire back this month, so are we going to say, oh, he's dissing Black Americans now? How dare he? Get the hell out of here, y'all. Get out. He's crashing out. Y'all went as far as saying he's chimping out. This is the FBA news and updates saying that God using racist, talking about he's chimping out. You say you want to marry Vanessa. Bill Calloway. Oh, I bet it called it a day. Oh my goodness. Sad to say, actually a lot of men, they would have been cool with that. All right. Oh, let me stop. Then y'all say I'm stereotyping men. So let me stop. Bark like a dog. Woof, woof. She was still barking. Poor thing.
White people shit. I'm sorry.
What'd you say?
It was,
it's a little subservient. They don't know any better. A lot of them just don't know any better.
No,
and I think it's good that people can listen. Hold on.
It definitely sounded like some white people shit. I'm sorry.
What'd you say?
It was whack. But I said I'm sorry, but it definitely sounded like some white people shit. But I get it.
But he took that also. That was what Drewski. That was Drewski's joke, right? Wasn't that Drewski's joke that he was playing on? That was what Drewski. He took that from Drewski. Did that sound like white people shit? Just like when Drewski mocking Black Hebrew Israelites, mocking the Black church, mocking. He took that from Drewski. I got to get it, That was Drewski. Like for the British actor, the Black British actor to play a Black American slave, they got to put on their subservient voice and be more slave. Be more. That's where he took it from. That's what he was playing on. But I guess it wasn't funny when David Aiello. But he's apologized. Of course, Drewski's not going to apologize for Black Brits because y'all understand it's comedy, right?
What I'm saying is, that's what. Where do you think they're colonized? It's colonial mentality. That's white people shit. That's what I'm trying to say.
I think people were responding because we appreciate the fact that although your heritage is Nigerian. Listen, I've been through all the arguments with ex-boyfriends.
Now, why she even bring that up? See, I don't know. I don't know. I know, Reef, you feel that this call, she just began. I don't know. It's kind of questionable. I think she knows. I think they wanted to trigger him to a point where he responds with passion. And that's a funny thing. First, they were tripping that he didn't. If he wouldn't have responded saying anything, just moved on, they would, he don't care. This and that. See, they would have still found something. I think this is what they wanted him to, even bringing up the Karen woman, almost like somebody wanted him to be triggered or something.
The fact that, although your heritage is Nigerian, listen, I've been through all the arguments with ex-boyfriend, Nigerian, the whole nine. So I understand.
Yeah, but I grew up. First of all, I grew up in Chicago.
We were a little surprised by your reaction.
I don't give a fuck what y'all were thinking because I didn't make him say that.
I didn't say it.
I didn't make him say that. So fuck all of that because you all sit there and try to pick at the smallest shit, waiting for us to fuck up.
See, Godfrey. I think Godfrey's becoming used to this, even before this whole FBA thing. I think he knows what's up. See, I know what's up because I was waiting for. I said, "What they finna come at Godfrey? They're gonna find whatever they can," and I was right.
First of all, me and Akbar grew up in Crenshaw.
Yeah.
Grew up in Crenshaw. All right. I grew up in Chicago, some of the blackest cities around. Chicago's the most segregated city in this country. So I know what Black Americans are like because I was stopped by cops, harassed by cops, called nigga, the whole nine. Okay, so I'm a little bit different, but that show.
He's a Black American. It's just his parents. He was born in America. American citizen of predominantly Igbo descent, like many of us deep down, even though you don't want to admit to it. And he was raised, born in the United States, I believe Arkansas, from the time he was a baby, raised in Chicago, even before I was born. He was in Chicago, and as a Black male who looked like any other brother. When you initially saw him in them 7-Up commercials, I got a brother, like I said, who was darker than him. He grew up in Chicago. You think he didn't have a Black American experience? He's a Black American, Black by racial categorization in the United States. And they don't give a damn about ethnicity like that when it comes to Black. They may consider Latino ethnicity, but they're not giving a damn in the United States, that is. Especially, when we consider discrimination. But yeah.
What our show is, it's just 9-10 months. We're doing really well. It's needed. Nothing's gonna be perfect. So when someone goes, I didn't like your reaction, you're not my fucking parent, first off. And I'm the first person. If I fuck up, I'll go, man, my bad. But David said it. So to villainize me is bullshit. That's Black shit. Just trying.
I know from living on the north side of Chicago. Now, I don't believe that's exactly where he's from, but north side of Chicago is full of Black. My brother's wife, her father's Jamaican. My one brother's ex-wife, Belizean, and they were black, not mixed, Black. All right. It is full of, and they have been there for some time now, definitely contributing to the culture. If you go, like I said, and since we're talking about Evanston, Illinois, and reparations, I went to Kingdom Hall in Evanston. It's full of. It was predominantly Black, like I said, 90% Black, that Kingdom Hall, when I was still studying with Jehovah's Witness, early 2000s. Just about everybody all the Black folks had an accent. Okay. Just like with New York City, where we can say that there's a concentration of people, whether they were from the West Indies, they were from Africa, you had people from Nigeria to Ethiopia. Yeah, they're all up there, like in them communities. Godfrey, you know what I'm talking about? Edgewater, and that's where Corey Holcomb was. Uptown, Edgewater, Rogers Park, more likely East Rogers Park. And they've been contributing to the culture for a long time. All right.
Trying to have something to bitch about. See, what we're doing is we're trying to work out our kinks. People are traumatized. Black Americans are traumatized. Caribbeans are traumatized. Africans are traumatized. Everybody's traumatized. Black women are traumatized. Black men are traumatized. So this is all coming from trauma. And this should be a therapeutic podcast. It should be a podcast where we go, hey, man, we fucked up. We got to talk about these things. But to just go, I'm disappointed. None of you motherfuckers are my parent. None of you.
Okay. No. And that's the thing too. These are grown as, this talk to you. You should do this, Godfrey. You should. It's a grown ass man. I know some people come at me, well, you're addressing Oshay Duke Jackson. Yes, I am. On behalf of my people in general, my people, which also include Godfrey. Like I said, this is a grown-ass man. The way that some of y'all are, need to bow down and do all that. Yeah, get the hell out of here with that, with this fake outrage.
Nobody's perfect talking shit to me. You do a podcast and do better then. But my thing is I'm doing this for the good of all of us to bridge a gap and all this, you're a tether, you're a this, you can eat a dick. I'm just not talking to you, miss. I'm just saying in general. But you can eat a dick for real. I'm a tether.
He made it clear. I'm not talking to you, miss. He said, I'm not talking to you, miss. But they try to make it like he attacked this woman. But he made it clear. I'm not talking to you, miss.
Whether I'm a this, all these.
Now, of course, I don't respond using such profanity. But now that I haven't. But, I get it. I get it. But they play these. And I noticed they all did the videos at the same time with the same title. Like, this is some propaganda. Because why are they using the same title? He's crashing out. Godfrey's crashing out. Almost as if they've been given an order. Bam. Now's the time to respond with your fake outrage. That's why I'm wondering, some of these YouTubers are plants. It was so many with the title, Godfrey's crashing out. And the one the FBA News and Update channel, supposedly representing FBA News and Updates, did the video title, what they titled it, Godfrey Chipping Out. Yeah, that was the FBA News and Update, even though they changed the name to Black's news and updates after I pointed this out conveniently. Yeah, look at the title. Godfrey chimps out on an FBA woman. And you see they're trying to tap into the whole gender thing. You see what they're doing? Trying to, as if they give a damn about Black American women. Like I'm supposed to be offended. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry, I'm not a Karen, okay? Oh my gosh, she's sorting her womanhood. Get the hell out of here.
These terms for a bunch of traumatized Black folk. It's like, first of all, I'm a very well-read man when it comes to Black life. Very well-read. I've done mounds of going to see the minister, a Savior's Day, all kinds of shit. I met Stokely Carmichael. I met Francis Cress Welsing. I met all these people. Did you? I can question a lot of people on that.
I was in college at the same time. Let me just say real quick.
You know what I mean? If we're gonna do a measure on Blackness, I'll probably stomp most of you. It's not sensitivity. It ain't sensitivity. Don't fucking ever say that to me.
No, that's right. And even so what?
It's not sensitivity. It's passion because I'm on point. I'm not here to make you like.
It's passion. We're supposed to be passionate. Just like, but see, not that fake passion, not that fake outrage. You don't have to be sensitive. Yeah, but y'all see this as him crashing out. Y'all ain't passionate about a damn thing. Oh, y'all just say that y'all only passion these quote unquote FBAs, and I'm not talking Black Americans, but these FBAs, only thing they have a passion for is roasting and talking shit. And they're not even really, like I said, they're not even really boasting. Because if they were really boasting, they would be focused on Black American greatness. You see how when the person came up in here trying to talk on Chicago, you see how I was able to go. Now I could have went into, well, my city better than your city. And no, I just talked about, let you know what's up. From Soul Train to just gave you a really quickie, gave you a wiki quickie, if you will. And just talked on what you don't, No, the way that they have to puff themselves up is by continuously, eat bush meat, must be this and that. That's weak. I'm sorry. That's a sign of insecurity. When that's the only way. Now, I'm not saying, there ain't a time to clap back. But there's a time and place.
Don't try to play good guy like, you're getting sensitive. No, this is passionate shit. And I'm real about it. When people go, oh, you shouldn't have done fuck all of that.
I know, but what I'm trying to tell you is you keep switching off, Godfrey. I wasn't.
What'd you say?
Like that. I'm telling you, you've always represented that.
Always, but then you get one little thing and you guys, as much as I speak up for Black women, what do you think that does to me?
How's he not Black American? He's an American citizen, born in America. He was born in America. He is of the American culture. He's relatable. I've actually met him. Now, his family may not have cooked him soul food or, he may not have, and not every Black family has had soul food, but I'm just saying. Because there's a lot of Black American families have, they ain't had chitlins and, hog mogs and, I no longer eat that stuff, But he was raised in Chicago, went to American public schools in Chicago, predominantly Black area. Now, the only difference is his parents were not from here. So there may be things, there's going to be those things, just like with Biggie. In that case, was Notorious B.I.G., was he Black American? Wasn't his parents or his mother, I believe he was raised more so by his mother. Wasn't she from the West Indies? Wasn't she from Jamaica directly? Wasn't she born in Jamaica? So can we say that Notorious B.I.G., can we say that he was Black American? Now, it would be ridiculous, wouldn't we? If we were to say that he wasn't Black American. That would sound kind of crazy, wouldn't it? But yeah, he was raised, so there are going to be those things that are somewhat different, of course, being that the parents are different. So, he may have a certain taste, but I'm pretty sure Like he's very Americanized. I'm sure that he probably, as a kid, wanted to eat McDonald's instead of what his parents cooked. Or, well, I don't know. I can't say that. But he probably had a taste for McDonald's. And as a kid, I'm sure he went to the store, got candy, penny candy, like how we used to back in the day in Chicago. Especially considering, oh yeah, that's another thing Chicago contributed. Y'all, Chico sticks, now laters, all of that came out of Chicago. From the Ferrero Pan to Brock's to the Leaf, all them candy factories, Chicago. But oh, Nia Long, her parents, oh, they directly, I know she has Caribbean roots, but they directly from the Caribbean. Yeah, Wrigley. Yeah, my grandma was right around the corner from the Brock's candy company. Yeah, all them ghetto, the candies that we loved in the hood, they came out of Chicago. Yeah, that Leaf factory is right on in the ghetto, the west side of Chicago, as well as the Brock's, you know, that made the Nala and Ferrero Pan, Chico sticks. That's why a lot of people migrated to Chicago. A lot of them factories they could work at, just like, you know, all of those other cities in the Midwest, like Detroit. Yeah, hold on. Now laters, all that. Hold on. Now laters, if it's Ferrero Pan Leaf, now laters candy. Yeah, Ferrero Pan. That's Ferrero Pan. Ferrero Pan is Chicago. The Ferrero, yeah. Now these, I don't know if we still got that factory here. Okay, it's still based in downtown Chicago. Wait. Now I know Leaf. I know that was, yeah, I think Leaf is where you get the Chico sticks and stuff. Yeah, Ferrero Pan, Leaf, Brock, all them candies that came out of, yeah, that's Chicago. And they used to be like in the ghettos of Chicago, like the Brock's company. That was on the west side of Chicago, in the Austin area. Ghetto. Well, I don't want to say my grandma lived in the ghetto, but it definitely black, you know, working class neighborhood for sure. Yeah, Boston baked beans, lemon heads. Yeah, that's the stuff that I'm sure Godfrey grew up eating. You know, now when he went home, you know, I'm sure his parents, the dinner was a little different. They probably didn't have, like as we have, maybe his parents didn't make. I don't mean the stereotype, but like fried chicken, you know, he probably didn't eat neck bones and all of that, I'm sure. Like my family, like I said, my grandmama, for real, she was giving us pig feet for breakfast. My grandma straight from the South. Now, so he probably didn't, you know, but there's a lot of Black American families. They would think the way that my family ate. Because my grandmama, she was so, oh gosh, she was eating cow tongue and stuff. Talking about it tastes like steak. I never touched the chitlins, but my family used to get so excited. Like, when it be time to make chitlins, my family would get excited. I didn't touch that. I did not touch that. I knew the smell alone as a child told me. But my family would get excited over chitlins being made. I know Boston baby. He's not from Boston. Or the candy, you know. Just like double Dutch. Didn't start with the Dutch. And French braids. Didn't start with the French. Yeah. Yeah, he grew up, I'm telling you, he went to Chicago public schools. I'm pretty sure. Even if he went to a Catholic school. Now, I know, see, like I said, we could talk about Corey Holcomb, who went to Sin High School in Edgewater. He did this idea, he was raised in the Robert Taylor house. Man, stop playing. Corey Holcomb was much of his life on the north side of Chicago. If anything, Godfrey more from the hood than Corey Holcomb. Yeah, Corey Holcomb, his base, he originated just like me and from Brittany Gary, but I wasn't raised there. And he was not raised the way he's making it seem in the Robert Taylor homes. He spent much of his life from a preteen on the north side of Chicago. Don't let Corey Holcomb all that street talk. I'm telling you, if anything, Godfrey, despite how he may talk, had more, if you will, hood experience than Corey Holcomb. I'm telling you.
In this business when I'm speaking up for you guys. I speak up for you motherfuckers all the time. Most celebrities in Hollywood don't say a goddamn thing about y'all. And I'm always opening my mouth for you guys. I try my best. But I do one thing, you guys just go off. I
get it. All right. Dante,
yes.
Can you just stop for a second? Can you?
Now, people saying, oh, he was crashing out, or as some of them say, chimping out. But he just was talking about how he got fired, unjustly fired. People still talking shit. You still got Corey Holcomb talking shit. All right. And now all of a sudden you got black, people where he's talking now, he's talking almost like he supposed to differentiate himself. It's odd for me even hearing him say, black Americans, black. I'm like, Godfrey, bruh. Like I said, I met this brother. Yeah, I mean, on both ends. And like I said, on both ends, Shorty One, and trust me, like I said, you're going to have somebody up in here. I think I already see 1 or 2 persons. They're going to be supposedly representing Africans or Caribbean or Haitians or whatever. And they're going to be dogging out black Americans, using, and they're going to use the same so-called excuse. They're going to, with the same fake outrage, with the same, and see, that's the thing. So why are we feeding into it? Y'all don't see what's going on, and they may be plants too. Don't fall for it. I ask, and of my if you want to say foreign black brothers and sisters, not feed into that. It's one thing to defend yourself and clap back at an individual, but it's another thing, because I'm seeing a channel, I'm not going to call it out as of yet, but I'm seeing the channel already trying to go there. That look like it may be going there. And it ain't going to be no coincidence that this channel is going to get these channels will get the spotlight. Just like I said, I told people they're going to come with a female counter, not just an individual responding, but a female counter responding to the Tommy Sotomayor's and all this black women bashing stuff. I just didn't think at that time that it would be someone of what it could have been considered the pro-black sector, Cynthia G. But I said that they're going to come with somebody who is just as vicious. But of course they got to go about. But see, now they're doing this, us bashing each other under the guise of pro-blackness. Of concern, of defending our people, supposedly. So, yeah, on both ends. But, I'm not trying to go into all this who started what, just as we say, they talk about, like I said, there's no telling these other people come to these other countries, just like when I shared in my Ancient Egypt series, Mustafa Hefni, who came over to the United States, I believe in the 70s, he's from Egypt. You can clearly see he's black, phenotypically speaking. He come to America. Now, initially, he identified more so by, like he said in his country, by his religion. But he came to America and basically was told he's black, like how y'all did with Tyler. Even I'm not understanding that in her country, colored is the reference for biracial mixed people. They don't just categorize them as black. But we tell them, you black here, right? But yeah, so Mustafa Hefni, but he was saying, when he wanted to, being that he was from Egypt and Caucasians want to claim Egypt as being a Caucasian civilization, they told him, he cannot. This is a funny thing. United States will not allow him to categorize himself as black. Now, it's not about him being from Africa. It's about him being from Egypt. And they want to claim the Egyptian civilization. And he has been, now, Obama can be categorized, Obama being biracial can be categorized as black, but he cannot. Interesting. Just like, Tariq Nasheed's woman can be considered a black American, but Drake cannot. Interesting. But anyways, Yeah. So he he said that he was told, why do you want to identify with these people? These people have no culture, no this and that. They have no history. This is what he said he was told by, they threaten him to take his job, because they want to make that statement that the Egyptians are Caucasian. So imagine how many people, perhaps from the Horn of Africa, who there may be people who give that consideration because they're just trying to survive over here in this country. So there may be more people listed as Caucasian who we wouldn't actually see as Caucasian in this country, but they have them listed on the census as Caucasian. There's no telling how many. But that just also tell me, what are they telling Black folk when it comes to let's say, because I've heard things like they're told, oh, you don't want to live in this neighborhood with Black people. You don't want to live in, and then also if they're being fed hood movies, just like I said, a girl I was in college with, when I went back to college, that is, she was like from Senegal, and she said how, we sat and talked together. She showed me her family and on the laptop and everything. And I said, just like, we talked about how we're fed these different stereotypes. She said how they're fed these stereotypes of Black Americans. It's the hood movies and all of that. Just like we get this impression of Africa, whether it's a third world primitive or they're at war, they're gun toting, terrorist, Islamic terror, you know what I'm saying? Like they're not going to tell you the full story behind Hotel Rwanda. They're not going to tell you, you know what I'm saying, what contributed to that. And even with what's going on in the African continent. It's one thing, why do you think there's all this tribalism? I'm not saying there's anything wrong with acknowledging that, these people are Igbo, these people are Hausa. I mean, just in Nigeria alone, I could show you some stuff, the Hausa and the Fulani versus the Igbo. And but do you think, that's not just delineation. That's not just about distinguishing. I think that there's an instigator. I think there may be, and I'm not saying that we can't take personal responsibility as people, but that's what Godfrey is pointing out. We have all been traumatized. I know when I was a kid, I started school in the late 70s. I have heard African booty scratcher jokes, even if they weren't, you know what I'm saying? I'm not stupid. We've also had our look. But see, our response, oh, y'all need to toughen up to get over. So this is funny. Tariq Nasheed himself, even though he took from when I was talking about roast culture and everything, when I talked about, are we laughing too much? Okay, he acknowledged that roasting is a part of our culture and clapping back, and this is a survival and people need to respect it, right? Okay, then why are Black Americans so sensitive over this David Ayala Lowell joke, which actually kind of, or if it was a joke or whatever. Actually, he was, extending on Drewski, right? Drewski, who was mocking British people. Some could say, what if it could be said that David, even though he still apologized though, but what if it could be said that he was just clapping back at Drewski? See, Tariq Nasheed is handing, okay, because we could go on and on who started what. I've been going through this for years, and people were saying, "Oh, see, the gender war started with the Food Stamp Act and Oprah Winfrey." I've been going back and forth for years with all the, and movies like Waiting to Excel. I was like, okay, well, what about from the time The Color Purple came out? What about you've had songs calling women bitches? So we can take it back to the 1930s. 40s, chain gang songs. I don't want no jet black woman. She too mean. She too mean. Blues songs talking about Black women. We could take it back to Iceberg Slim and his publication. But see, nobody want to, and I've had to debunk the whole, I understand why Black people have issues with Oprah, but like I said, Oprah Winfrey's show, I've had to prove to people it was not this concentration on Black men. She barely had Black men on her show like that. Yeah, they'll find these 1-2 examples like that down low with the one Black author. But for the most part, those were white men on her show, where she would have these dysfunctional families talking about Oprah Winfrey's show. See, this is how history gets rewritten. And I am not no fan of Oprah. But Oprah Winfrey's show, I'm old enough to remember when it was still AM Chicago. when she would have these dysfunctional families, like with dysfunctional fathers and sleeping with their daughters, those were usually white men. She barely had black men on the show. But I'm just saying, this became the excuse. The food stamp act, all of that, no man in the house. Oh, so black women been for years, this and that. And you know, so we could go back and forth into who started what. Yeah, this the color purple. And but if I say, okay, so then I could go back and I could point at, okay, well, you had blaxploitation films with black women being referred to as bitches and hoes. You had authors like Iceberg Slim who were glorified by people like, you know, like Tariq Nasheed and Ice-T. But see, you know, and just as you've had blues songs talking stuff on black men, there was also on black women. There was all, you know, the one Father Rock and Roll talking about he go home and he beat his woman. Also, you had black women making blues songs talking about man ain't no good and all that. Now we could take it as her putting down black American men. We could see, that's the thing. See, we could go all day long on who started what. What's the point in the end though? We could go back and forth. Who started what? This is getting childish now. This is getting really childish. And then we overlook who's really the OG instigators.
Fuck out of here.
Now, this is really, it's not even so much, I've realized it's even beyond white versus black, because there was instigators, even with whites versus blacks, there were instigators. See, like, I want y'all to know, taking it back to Edom. And then even with Edom, there's an instigator, Satan the devil. It's more of a spiritual war than we realize. And we're being targeted, not just because of our skin color. That's what they fooled us into believing. It's something a little deeper. But, you know, that y'all not going to want to hear me on. Because, you know, like Tariq Nasheed make these little jokes. But you know what? Tariq Nasheed, you're making these jokes on how we just go to the Bible and they're talking about a magic carpet. And you make all these, even though this is the same person, you know, he gives shouts out to African deities and stuff. Like Ogun and Oshun. But he wants to make mockery of what, you know, he's want to make it like it's just a fairy tale, right? But see, I did back up what it is that I believe. I can back up with quote unquote secular factual information. Esau was not just the Arab. Arab just means mixed though. Esau, I believe, was originally black. Jacob's twin brother, black. Same mama, same daddy. He might have looked a little different, but he was originally black. Esau has fused in with different, Esau's descendants of Edom, they have fused in with different groups of people, whatever group of people are in power. If you notice, wherever our people was oppressed from Babylon, Syria, they were there. But at the same time, did also do a stream saying, should we hate Esau? Or if you know, but I don't want to go all into that right now. But once we realize this is really more of a spiritual war, we get a better understanding.
I really was just trying to say that I was just surprised, to be honest, throughout the whole interview.
I'm sorry. Two nations, but not necessarily two different races, though, by what they it says, yeah, it says two nations. Well, what was meant by nations back then? Now, we know they weren't just talking geography. We know that, right? So some people, they assume two different races. I don't think so.
I felt like, you know, I was with you guys because I felt like you was low-key side-eyeing him. So I'm not saying I felt like
first of all, I don't even remember when he said the shit.
You really weren't even paying attention.
I wasn't even paying attention. First of all, we were having first of all, interview was fantastic.
Yeah.
We were having fun.
Yeah.
They were like, I said, what did David say?
Yeah, that interview, that's the thing. If people paid attention, because my husband shared it with me and I listened to it, it was a lot more to that interview. And I hate that people, but they're doing this on purpose. And Oshay, again, he's doing it again. Wait, my cat is, hold on. No. Gotta try to like shake a cannon or something because he's bugging for attention.
I'm gonna tell you something. I watched it, and I know, like I could always tell when you're not there.
Yes.
You were zoned the fuck out. You were holding the cards, and you were just reading off, and it went through. When he said you bring a little subservience and he said that, but you got to understand something. We get this. I've gotten this from Haitian people. I've got this from Caribbean people. How about this? People talk. I'm FBA, and I get it from FBAs because I'm light skinned. So what we're talking about is overall Black trauma that exceeds on, and we're always ready to go hard on Black folks. I even when we talk about the roast with Kevin Hart has made Black millionaires.
Okay, Kevin Hart. Now I can't fully, but I mean I pretty much play what I wanted to from Godfrey. I can't. Yeah, I know he goes in talking about Kevin Hart, and I was going to defend Kevin Hart. I was going to come up in here, and I got the live stream, I think, still up on my channel. But I didn't know. Because I was like, okay, if this white man said all this racist stuff, why y'all mad at? I was confused. But then I had to, now I don't care to listen to that whole roast, but I didn't know he was given such a pass like that and certain things that were said. So I'm sorry, I'm not going to, I can't agree with him really on Kevin Hart. And I was going to defend him. The thing is, I was wondering why y'all more mad at Kevin Hart, but I didn't know. Kevin Hart going so far and defending this. Yeah, I didn't know that. But anyways, the David Oyelowo thing, but they still talking stuff on Godfrey. Okay, just as I thought he would. Okay, now more recently. Yeah, let me share this. Yeah, this is as usual. I'm taking a little too long. They don't saying that he can't talk about. Now this person right here. They make some good points. I hope they're okay with me sharing this. Ranting with Rich. I'd like for this to get more views. Actually, ranting with Rich. Let me make sure that I want y'all to see this video in full. So let me try to share this. He makes some really good points here. Ranting with Rich. Why Oshay Jackson's delineation argument is failing. And I don't mean to take away his views. I really don't. But it's just that he's making some really good points here. And I don't want to mess up what he's saying.
Oshay Duke Jackson's back with another one trying to further divide the Black community in America. This one is entitled, Why Africans Are Terrified of Delineation. Video by Oshay Duke Jackson. I said this yesterday, and he's only making me feel more strongly in the idea that he is definitely on some type of agenda. I don't know.
Yes, most definitely. Okay, Godfrey had another stream, and it's crazy because my husband was riding from Wisconsin. We were listening to it, and it was really, really making some really good points, right? And I had a feeling that they're gonna jump on when he said, he don't about when he said specifically on FBA, saying basically I don't give a F about that. Okay. And I know what he was saying. So I said, watch, they're gonna jump on, and sure enough, and I didn't even seek this. I see it pop up on my one channel where I don't even go to anything about Oshay, but I noticed almost like they purposely recommending Oshay's videos from that celebrity junk garbage channel. And sure enough, they take the whole conversation, great conversation, totally out of context, just to focus on, ooh, Tariq, what you gonna do? He said this on FBA.
Know if he's getting paid or supported by somebody, but this is so odd to have 5 videos in the past week literally trying to tell Black Americans that they shouldn't rock with Africans or Caribbean people. And it's not delineation what he's describing. Delineation is something legal, something ancestral. What he's describing is literally trying to say we should be boycotting these people. But anyway, let's jump into this video.
Love is a very beautiful thing. If
sounds
you can get it. the feeling that you have for a person who brings a
I'm partially cutting off the screen of the video, trying to avoid copyright, because you never know how these people may come.
certain level of joy in your life is irreplaceable. But of course, somebody could also bring you very negative things in a relationship too. And typically we try to ignore those things. But sometimes all things come to an end. And no matter how much you try to save that relationship, you can't. And when you break up with a person, well,
I ain't gonna lie, like I be trying to understand, like people that literally offer you nothing in life always try to act like you losing them when y'all stop talking, like they was such a, for me, a big part of your life. Nah, gang, it's not that.
press 1 if this has ever happened to you in the comments.
What a one button.
You ever got with somebody before, and then after the relationship was over, they tried to make it feel like you were missing out, although you were not getting anything out of it? The same concept can be applied to the relationship between Black Americans or first generation or second generation Africans in the United States.
Let me remind y'all, this guy has been supposedly living in the African continent for a minute now. He's been promoting moving to Africa. He's talking about this relationship. Oh, but just recently he's come to this revelation that, there are scammers and stuff in Africa. Yeah, and that's another thing too. Like, just as there are Black people of other countries, let's say, or from other continents, let's say from the African continent, let's say if they come to this country and before they come to this country or after they come here, they're warned about gangbangers and this and that. Well, it's the same thing, Black Americans. One thing that I have definitely in looking, because I'm considering, especially when everybody was talking about Ghana, going to Ghana and stuff in 2019, that was definitely attracting me. Also, Ronald Dalton, Hebrews to Negroes, was also talking of, it was definitely attracting and appealing to me. But one thing that I kept hearing, the warnings about scammers in Africa. You need to know somebody over there. So yeah, just as they are giving warnings about us over here, it's the same thing when people tell you, you got to look out for scammers and people scamming. Yeah, but then I've heard that with just about every foreign country, that there are people, because they have this assumption that Black Americans all got money and yeah. And that could be just some hype. I don't know. But of course, there's those precautions, and there's going to be those stereotypes everywhere. But Oshay still, well, now why would he not come back here? Not that I care for him to come back here, but I'm just saying, why is he still there? Nobody is keeping him there. He's not stuck there, is he? Have you done something where you can't be in the United States, Oshay?
Or the African continent as a whole. You see, we have this particular romantic relationship with Africa and its continent. It's not a sexual one, but it's one for the ages. We want to get in touch with our brothers and sisters, but for whatever reason, we don't feel like we're getting any kind of value. So we're breaking up with delineation.
Okay.
Delineation. Delineation is not divesting. That delineation, that just means where you're drawing the line and making a clarification and distinguishing. Okay, this is what distinguishes, that's all the delineation is. You could talk about, well, okay, all right, well, in our cuisine, we eat this and that. They eat. It's not necessarily, better or worse. It's not about taking back. It's not, it's not divesting. Delineation. That's all delineation. When you're continuously roasting, that's not delineation. That is not what delineation is. When you're continuously talking shit, what you are doing is just talking shit, man. And even though, you're wrapping this video in a nice little pretty, you're putting a bow on the package, but you're really just talking shit. All right. That's all that you're doing.
And if you're really speaking about actual delineation, you're speaking about wanting to have your own group be recognized for their own group as Black Americans and not under the umbrella of all Blacks in America, I guess. I don't know who you're going to get.
If they were doing that, wouldn't they talk more about Black history and Black achievements, past and present, Black people? And why is that not more of the focus? Okay. Why is not, we could say that Tariq, I guess you could say with the microphone check, but beyond that, why is that not the focus on these channels these videos y'all do every day? And we're going to look, okay, let's see. He's about delineation. Let's see if he is about delineation or trying to, school us or just let us know that this is Black America. Let's see. If we go to Oshay Duke Jackson's channel, oh, wow, look, yeah. Black American greatness. Yeah. Notice how he changed after Moorish World came at him. He changed the thumbnail recently that he's been using for years, having him with this straight-haired wig on, right? I guess in mocking Black women wearing wigs, but he chose as a thumbnail for years he had with him wearing this wig and robe or whatever. But recently he changes it. He's trying to look more serious with this AI image. Yeah, I mean, wow. So you would think that this is a channel. Okay, we're gonna Black American greatness, right? Because they're about delineation right there. So I expect to see things about Black American culture that give people an idea of what Black Americans represent, right? Let's see. Michael B. Jordan goes viral. Okay, he's talking about a Black American. Michael B. Jordan, right? Goes viral for doing this to single mamas. Gossip. When clapping cheeks in Thailand goes horribly wrong. Okay, what that got to do with what you say that you're doing? Jamaican woman wishes this evil on Black Americans. This is not about delineate. This is just about you trying to talk about some black Jamaican woman that probably nobody know and will never meet. Why Africans are terrified of delineation. What is this delineation? You're not talking about what is the terror. Why are you trying? Why do you think they should be terrified? That's the thing. Hey, and yeah, Haitians never thought Black Americans. No, you like I say, you're not talking about. Only time you talk about Black Americans, for one, you're too busy talking about quote unquote tethers. Oh, wait, but in all fairness, he referred to them as Africans here. And he's referring to them as Haitians. So in all fairness, right? What he just said about Black women is evil. Okay, white man who gives a damn. So, okay, if I were to go by your channel, it seems as if, because the only time you do talk about Black Americans is when you're talking about how they clapping cheeks and Black women being ratchet and Black men clapping cheeks. And so basically, if I were a foreigner looking at your channel, I want to learn about Black Americans. I want to know what's the difference between Black Americans and Africans and Caribbean. So if I were a foreigner going to, or just not some non-Black person, I want to learn about Black Americans. It seems to me, look at this. Colombian woman exposed Black men's dirty secret. What? Why should Black men even be giving a damn about Colombian women? Oh, wait, because you're the one who promoted Passport. You're one of the OG Passport bros promoting that shit, right? But now all of a sudden you care about what foreign women think about you. I thought they were better. I thought, because remember you said he said it was a rat race in America for relationships, right? That's what you said. So you promoted and you had MTR in the video nodding mediocre tutorials, whatever. He was nodding his head to what you were saying because you influenced. You're one of the fathers of the Negro manosphere, right? You promoted this Passport just like Tariq Nasheed, whether he referred to himself as manosphere or not. He's the OG of this Passport bro rhetoric. I'm not against Black men traveling or whatever. I don't even care. Like, Black man, you do what you do. But, take some responsibility for what you contributed. Yeah, that had MTR nodding his head to what you're saying about, it's a rat race in America getting with women and stuff. But now he's talking Colombian woman exposed Black men's dirty secret. You are a gossipy. But of course, he's for the brothers, right? He's for the Black American brothers. See, he first came up in here under, talking shit on Black women. He was Tommy Sotomayor 2.0. He talks of, see, the thing is that you switched it up just in time when you had an understanding that the shock jock era was over in YouTube. But he was initially just like Tommy Sotomayor that's the only difference between you and Tommy. Tommy being out of control as he is, he didn't realize it's time to polish it up or pretend to polish it up. See, you knew to put all them old videos and stuff on private or to remove all them videos and stuff from your channel because you were no different than Tommy. Even though you want to talk about Tommy, you were no damn different. He just took it just an inch further. But now you were, and I'm going to show what I'm talking about. But see, they all start. Even I noticed with this African channel supposedly responding back to FBA rhetoric. So let me first talk about Black American women. See, they know that the easy target initially is Black women. A lot of them come up in here talking to a lot of these very same FBA mouthpieces were initially disrespecting and dogging out Black women, you know, particularly. And since they see only Black women as Black American women, they claim these other women that they don't even see themselves. These other people don't even see themselves as Black. See, I've been here for a minute. I knows you. I knows you. I see you. I see you grafted. I see you. I see through you. You grafted. All of y'all grafted up in here. Y'all think I done forgot? You know I know, Oshay. Now all of a sudden you're trying to, you know, mock the passport bros. But you were promoting that. Look at how he's trying to portray Godfrey. No, that's you. See, they got to make AI images. They got to fabricate. See, this is how propaganda works. Just like how they used to do before they had all this technology, making these little comic strips and cartoons against our people. You know, like the little blackface minstrel. That's what you do. Now, we've all, you know, I have a sense of humor. But see, this is what, when they got to make these images out of AI, putting him in a dress and all that. This is a way also of dehumanizing people, like what Tariq is doing. So if I were to learn about, so this is what bitter baby mama, he approached a thick Colombian and went out sad. Is he making fun of somebody getting killed? Again? Oh, he's trying to send a message to them. No, you were telling brothers just a couple of years ago to go to these other countries and get with these other foreign women. And I'm not, you know, it's not about me speaking against foreign women. I'm just saying. Now all of a sudden you have concerns. Now you want to expose the Black men. You are a gossipy. So if I were to look at this, all that it tells me is that Black American culture, that Black women ain't about nothing but ratchetness and Black men ain't about nothing but clapping cheeks. That's the only impression that I would get about FBA or Black, what you want to see is Black American. Most of the females have light skin, yeah. Or white skin. But no, he was part of the promotion. Now, in all fairness, he was with women in Uganda. But my point remains the same. Since they want to act like they care about Black American women. When becoming an IG model goes horribly wrong, I bet you he's talking about Black American woman. So he's just basically, Black men are just some sex-craved, out of control, can't control their libido. That's what I'm getting from this channel. Whereas Black women, just some baby mamas, some ratchets, video, Instagram hoes. So this is this is the delineation. This is the clarification. This is Black history, y'all. This is, and got the nerve. How dare you use these people's faces? How dare you? I'm looking like Francis Cress Welsing right now. How dare you for this filth? How dare you? Right. He is a Tasha K. Nothing but gossip and garbage. Look at the other celebrity junk. Here we go, some more. Anton's clapping, cheek clapping, Poetic Flacco. He talk about everybody. 1 minute when Poetic Flacco's dissing Anton or Godfrey, then he's joining. Then he flips on Poetic Flacco. And Poetic Flacco, I'm questioning him too, because I'm surprised he's trying to feed into this stuff. But you see, you know, in talking about Godfrey, that's kind of questionable, Poetic Flacco. But look at got Godfrey under a bus like he's being ran. Is it really that damn serious? I got a sense of humor, but damn, I don't know. Some things ain't funny to me. But y'all laugh at anything. Oh, he's talking about Nolan Wells. But this is just, so this is what is, he's talking about Scottie Pippin's. This is just a gossip channel. All of your shit is just gossip. It's just sassiness. And yo, if that's what you're about, that's what you're about. But stop acting like you got this concern for Black Americans. Let's see, maybe it's different on the Kenganda channel, you know? And didn't they say he initially just started this channel to get men hooking up with women overseas as a dating thing or something? And you know he don't give a damn about Ugandan women. But even on this channel, more gossip. Pan-African keyboard warriors are going out sad, but he's in Africa. Okay, talking shit about if Africa. And now all of a sudden he has this, even though I can point out, I can show y'all the video where he just was saying that he has no regrets. He's had a great time. Just like anytime Tariq Nasheed goes to the continent. Never has a complaint. Never has anything bad to say. But all of a sudden they're so out, like as if they're, you know. You moved on. You move. Why? You don't need to be talking about Black Americans because you moved on because it was a rat race over here, as you put it. You moved on from the ratchetness of the United States. So really, Godfrey chooses to stay here. He appreciates being in America. You don't. You don't. You have been for years up in here talking more specifically about Black American women, showing out to Black men. Look, I can go here, but you can't. That's all that's doing. Just like when Tariq Nasheed was in Brazil. It wasn't even so much about him trying to make Black women mad. What Tariq Nasheed was doing, that was showing out to Black men. Look what I got. Look what I can do. You can't, dusty nigga. That's basically what that is. Showing out. And yo, I don't want to be sounding like a hater, but I know when people are showing out. I like seeing our people travel, but I know what's the intentions behind a lot of this. Showing out. He got the little video with him dancing with his money and all that. Oh, guys, why we gotta always be acting like we ain't never had no money? You know what I'm saying? Cut that out. That's embarrassing. You can show your home and all that stuff, but just stop. You can swear we ain't never had no money. None of us. But yeah, getting back to what this brother was saying. But of course, that's what he calls delineation. So that's how he's helping us to learn about Black Americans. And the differentiation, according to Oshay's channels, the differentiation is that Black Americans, we seem to be more concerned with ratchetness and clapping cheeks. That's how he is differentiating. And gossiping. Gossiping and clapping cheeks and ratchetness and, and all that stuff.
Get that from because the system is not created that way. They're going to look at all Blacks as wanting to have your own group be recognized for their own group as Black.
So we're breaking up with delineation.
Okay.
You ain't breaking up with nothing. You still over there. So be quiet.
Okay. And if you're really speaking about actual delineation, you're speaking about wanting to have your own group be recognized for their own group as Black Americans and not under the umbrella of all Blacks in America, I guess. I don't know who you're going to get that from because the system is not created that way. They're going to look at all Blacks as just Blacks. I don't think they differentiate between Koreans and Chinese when they're creating anything or a systemic rule for Asians.
Yeah, that's true too. In America, in the United States of America, they're just going to Asian, yeah, they may acknowledge them by geography, by continent, but we know that there is a difference between the Korean versus the Chinese versus the Japanese. But in America, they're just going to be categorized as, they're not looking at all that, breaking down the different ethnicities and nationalities or of origin. They're not looking at that. He's just Asian American, okay? And it's the same. Yeah, there may be those. I talked about how those who may feel that, like I was at this one company and I noticed all the Black people hired had accents. even though there were an abundance of Black Americans who didn't have foreign accents that, in that area, but yeah, when it boiled down to it, in the United States, they ain't giving a damn. I know that there are people here, they want to stress that they are Jamaican. It's not necessarily that they're saying not Black, but like I said, Black in the United States, it's considered a race and it's considered an ethnicity. Like, in America, we just say we're Black. All right. Whereas somebody who may have a more direct connection to Jamaica, they may emphasize they're Jamaican. It's not necessarily saying that they're not Black or Negro. They're basically, letting their ethnicity, like they have a distinct, and nothing wrong with that. So now Tariq Nasheed, that's why he feels he can concoct FBA, be more specific. Well, we already been identified as Black American by census. But so why he felt, the need, the foundational. I get it, the explanation. Okay, and that could be cool and everything. I could be cool with that. But it's the rhetoric that's attached to it. It's more so about the rhetoric that is attached to it.
They just put them all on one thing, Asians. So have at it, brother. But if your delineation is really speaking on the starving or the...
Who are they shouting this to? I'm Black American. Who is it that they're shouting this to? And why should it matter? Who do they want so badly to hear this distinction? As if people are so stupid. People know when they hear a Jamaican accent versus American accent. So who are they trying to make this distinction to so badly? Who they hoping to hear and what do they hope to get from it? Now, yes, I do want us to know who we are as Yasharel. And I'm telling you, because of the spiritual benefits. Now, if I really saw that they were really pursuing reparation, if that was really the focus, and because that's why they felt they claimed the distinction, they felt the need to even more so stress the distinction so nobody else could jump on our reparations. But y'all not even focusing on pursuit of reparations. Now, are you? You too busy roasting tethers.
Boycotting of these different groups. You're only doing exactly what I've been saying for the past 5 videos you've been making. You are trying to cause a divide between Black Americans, Caribbean Americans, the African diaspora, and I don't even understand why. How does this help your community?
And here's an example of what I'm talking about.
As much as I speak up for Black women, what do you think that does to me in this business when I'm speaking up for you guys? I speak up for you motherfuckers all the time. Most celebrities in Hollywood don't say a goddamn thing about y'all.
See, Godfrey is on a call with somebody from the Black American community, a female, and they're arguing about something that happened on 154 podcast, and he's telling her, I defend you when other people don't defend you in Hollywood. They don't say a damn thing about you, but I do.
See, look, just him using this tired ass emoji that's been reused over and over, or this GIF, just him using this over and over, that just go to show he's about gospel. Ooh, oh.
Now, if you think about what Godfrey said and what the first person said in the first clip I played, then what you're seeing is the same mechanism happening in real time. Godfrey doesn't really give Black Americans anything, but he has to make you feel that he's giving you something.
He's giving you content, fool. What you talking about? He's giving you content. And from that content, you're going to get views. And from them views, you're going to get money. The way he's dancing around. So what the hell are you talking about? He's giving you a lot right now. That's why you keep talking about him.
Because he's defending you.
This is crazy. Godfrey is making you feel as though he's giving you something by defending you. I don't think Godfrey gives a damn whether you're foundational Black American or not when he speaks on Black issues.
Right. When he's talking about Black women, like let's say when God, he is saying he's not just thinking just Black American women. When he's saying I defend, he's just saying Black women, period. That's what he's saying. Now I know there's some Black women we don't need to defend, okay, whatever. But I'm just saying. He's not being, I don't think he's just specifically, when he has spoken and talking on Black women, just like when he addressed the brick lady. You understand? He wasn't just thinking on where she came from. Now, and I'm not saying I totally agree with, even though I knew that there was something suspicious about that whole, with the brick lady. And I did a video on that. But, from the jump. Now, I think he should have been more careful with his response because I knew they were going to take it And because I felt that whole thing was a psyops to see how black men would respond. And some of y'all fed into that. But yeah, he just like when he saw her as talking against black men, it wasn't just he wasn't just thinking black American men, because this happened in America. He wasn't just thinking, oh, I'm defending Nigerian men or African men or you know, he was just thinking black men, period. And see, too, you know doggone well, me and him being from that generation, despite Tariq Nasheed also being a early Gen Xer, in fact, like Godfrey, but we know he on some nonsense. You know that are those most of us of my generation, we not looking at all that. We ain't, that's just some Tariq Nasheed shit. We ain't looking at all that FBA. We ain't looking at how y'all trying to break stuff down. Now, I understand, like I can't say nothing, like for instance, you got the whole thing, you know, what they're trying to do with the biracial or what could be considered, or what it was considered mulatto, you know, yo, that's a whole nother thing. I can't say, I can't really totally say. I can just speak though, and saying on an older generations, we do have to consider what it's not about what we forcing on other people, it's about what was forced upon us, even by law. Like when we talk about the one drop rule, but that is a different thing, because considering, especially considering these are people who have a parent of a whole nother race. It is kind of crazy for us to expect them not to acknowledge a whole half of their lineage, you know, a whole half of their family, especially if they were raised under another culture, because you now have even biracials who aren't even living with their black family and stuff like that. It's not like how it was. However, we do have to consider things from different generations. Like 50 years ago, you know, that biracial person, that black, white biracial person, there was no category on the census for them. Even 40 years ago, there was no categorization. You know, they had to do this or that. And usually they knew that they would not be accepted as that. So they had to go with this. Okay, so Godfrey ain't with all this new stuff that y'all talking now. He's more so of, you know, he's a Gen Xer. In fact, he's an early Gen Xer, and he's been living in Chicago since the 60s. So all this stuff that y'all talking about, we weren't really different. We still saw, you know, all this, because now they're even trying to say brown skinned people, exoticals, and all that kind. We weren't talking all that shit years ago. When you saw, what was that? Do y'all remember? Free. Even though now you got Chili talking. Hold on, what I'm talking about? Y'all remember? Like, for instance, the theme from the Panther movie, like based on by the Black Panthers that came out in the 90s, Panther. When everybody was in here singing, you see, nobody was looking at it. You know, I'm not saying that we should ignore the, you know, like Vanessa Williams admixture. Nobody was looking at, oh, Patra, she's from Jamaica. We from a whole nother generation, bruh. And you know this. So stop acting like you don't know. But for those listening who don't know, this is Patra, Jamaica. Everybody was singing. Black Panthers, though, were based in the United States. But you got everybody here. Nobody looking at how, you know, Pebbles' complexion all hard like that. I mean, and, you know, freedom. Yeah, this is 95. You gotta understand. See, we some Gen Xers. Now, yo, if y'all want to. But anyways, let me get back to
black women. He's speaking on black people in the country, black people in America, period. I don't think he's trying to make his content cater to foundational black Americans. I don't think he gives a fuck if y'all enjoy it. If y'all
I don't think, and when he said things on black women, I don't think he was thinking, oh no, I'm specifically, I gotta do this for black American women. And he's grown up and shit. Nobody even really acknowledged that. A lot of y'all wouldn't even known that about him.
consume it or not. Godfrey lives in America. He doesn't live in Africa. Any systemic.
Just like my friends, I'm sorry, y'all. Just like my friends on the north side of Chicago, there was a lot of, like when I was in Edgewood before it got totally gentrified out, when you still had an abundance of black folks up there. But it was a lot of okay, you be in school with them, be talking with them just like any other black kid. Then you go and meet their parents, go to their family house and stuff. Their parents have a different accent. But you wouldn't have even known that their parents were like Jamaican or Haitian or Nigerian. You wouldn't even have no idea, especially, somebody like, let's say, Godfrey, who grew up in Chicago. We just know when we was at school, we went to school together. He went to Chicago public schools. He went to, then you go to their house and their parents, the accent is a little different. Yeah.
Rules that are created, any injustices, anything that's created that will harm the black community in America because they don't differentiate will affect him and his family. The fact that we have someone like him who is in such close proximity to celebrities, Capitol, Hollywood, he's actually using his platform to bring light to issues that are affecting black people. That's a great benefit because, like he said, no one else is doing that. Why would you argue against that? For what reason? How has it harmed you? Because he had an episode on 154 where someone expressed their experiences with black Americans and you didn't like it. Oh my God, the world is over. Godfrey hates black Americans because someone else expressed something and he laughed about it.
Fake outrage.
This is the play that so many Africans use on black American society, and they've done.
I mean, they are not outraged. If they weren't outraged over Drewski, who continues to make fun of whether it's the Black American Church, they ain't out
this since the 50s, whereas you must be connected to Africa based on things that they do, which is typically not tangible. It's usually, I support you, I'm also pro-black, we love black Americans, but it isn't anything that you...
Okay, let's not act like, we are very, let's say for Africa, but let's not act as if there ain't been no teasing or nothing. Everything's been so innocent. There ain't been no African booty scratching jokes. Let's not front now. Like we're just so everything, And honestly, I know, even though it's not like I'm seeing all these channels, even though they're coming. Don't get me wrong, but it ain't like I'm seeing an abundance of videos where they just, make fun of black Americans, specifically as black Americans. Come on, what I'm seeing with this FBA rhetoric on y'all channels, where every day Haitian man, I can't say. Now I did see a Somali website. I did see where they talking, but they weren't just talking about black American. They were talking about all those who they categorize as Bantu. Those who would be more phenotypically. Now I know Bantu represents language, but I'm just saying I know what they mean by Bantu, because a lot of them who of the Horn of Africa, who may see themselves as Nilotic or supposedly Cushitic, whereas they don't see themselves as Negroid. Do you understand? So they weren't just talking about the Americans; they were talking about those of West Africa, South. So I did see that a site where they just sitting and talking because they believe that they're dark Caucasians, not all of them, of course.
To get from their defense. If you were to ask Godfrey, what do black Americans get from you defending them or defending black women in Hollywood or on your show?
And what do they get from you, though? Nobody's asking Godfrey to even defend us. He's making a point while you're dancing and shucking. Oh, goodness. Let me not use the racist terms. But I can't help but see raccoon in here. But I'm trying not to use those terms. What are they getting from you?
And the answer is absolutely nothing.
No, but I may not be getting anything from Godfrey necessarily, but you sure are, aren't you? With these videos, you getting paid, ain't you? So be quiet. Let us complain. Let black American women. Oh, wait. But I forgot, you do have some of these people, you got like one or two black American women making videos with their fake outrage.
I know Oshay doesn't believe that these people who are struggling due to the geopolitical issues, infrastructure and all that, I know he doesn't.
There have been black American individual women who have had, or black women just period, who have had an issue with certain things that Godfrey said, like him coming at black women who go outside their race or promote, you've had that. But other than that, with this right here, There ain't no black women. Yeah, there's some of them trying to hop on this FBA train and trying to get the views and stuff. Like, yeah, they do have, even though most of this FBA rhetoric was started by the same guys that used to be trashing Black American women up in here, but they do have like this one female channel that started, and it's interesting. She was exposed as being a divester. I like, this is rich. Yeah, so they do that. There's some females trying to jump on, just like you got some females who've also jumped on the black women bashing train. You can't beat them, might as well join them and try to, why don't I also try to make money off of this? You know, but of course, under the guise of being concerned, hey, 2-6-24, of course, they're just concerned about our people, you know.
I believe that these people are back at home thinking, you know what we need to do? We need to use I know Oshay doesn't believe that these people who are struggling due to geopolitical issues, infrastructure and all that. I know he doesn't believe that these people are back at home thinking, you know what we need to do? We need to go to America and get with the foundationally Black Americans. The Black Americans are going to give us the American dream that the white establishment has created. Yeah, that's exactly what they're thinking. They're coming here for the resources that the Black Americans have created. You know, the farming and the agriculture, the cities that they built. That's why they're coming, right? This portrayal that he's trying to give of the fact that Godfrey is not assisting the Black community. He's not trying to assist foundational Black Americans. He's trying to assist Black people in America. I'm going to keep saying.
I remember he was raised, whatever was going on with Godfrey's parents. I mean, you can look it up for yourself and why they had to, if Tariq and Nasheed want to say flee. Okay, that still wasn't exactly Godfrey's experience. He was raised, I don't want to say comfortably for any Black person in this country, but I guess it could be said comfortably. And, he can't say that he, just like my family is from the South, right? But I'd be lying if I say I totally understand the Mississippi experience. I really don't. I can't say that I fully, understand, my grandmama, or my mama was born in Mississippi, although raised in Chicago, but I'd be lying and acting like I really know about Mississippi and experience like that. And, I just know the Midwest for the most part. I just know Chicago for the most part. I lived in Chicago, Milwaukee. And, I just know, so I can't really, as if, but I'm not saying, of course, obviously the South had, an effect on, my people's experience in the South. Of course, it had an effect on how I eat or how I can't, but no, I don't eat certain things. I never did want to care for no chitlins and hog mogs and all that stuff. But that is what my family ate. You're saying, God, okay, well, my family fled from the South. What's the difference? Yeah. Why would y'all think that's funny? I don't even think that you're Black. You're saying he fled. Y'all think that's funny? Why did his people fled? Why did his parents flee? Do you know what was going on? Y'all think that's funny? Y'all sounding like some white racists right now. My people fled from the South. What's the difference? Oh, because it's in the same country. So my people fled from the South. No. It's not leaving your country. We're leaving for the same reasons, kind of. Whether it's another state. There were my ancestors who fled to Canada, if you will. I mean, not my direct ancestors. Trust me, if my people would have been told, okay, you can go to, instead of Chicago, you can go to Canada, or they would have went there if the door was open for there. It's just that's where they could go. There are some people in that case who fled to Liberia, if you want to go there. There were Black Americans who, if you want to put it like that, fled to Liberia. That's just where they could go. That's where the opportunities were. You weren't looking at that. What are you talking about? Get the hell out of here with that. And when did we become so insensitive? When did we become, were we mocking? When did we become cold like this? This is stuff. I'm sorry. You don't speak for Black Americans. This ain't stuff. No, that's just because you can. That's because you can. You're allowed to. The only reason you ain't going outside the country, you ain't got the passport or whatever. That's because you can. It's easy for you to do. I'm sure that if there was the option for my people to have fled, my family to have fled, they would have. Many of us, if we don't, that's because we're afraid to, because of the stereotypes of these other countries and stuff. thinking that it's all primitive or whatever. But trust me, if the same opportunities would have been offered for my family in the South, let's say you could work at this factory in Nigeria or whatever, I'm pretty sure they would have went. It's just a little further away, you know? Yeah, you had Black Americans who fled to Canada. There was, I remember learning in high school, what was it like? To Puerto Rico? Let me see, what did I learn? What are you talking about? I got Black folks always going to, then I remember when Milwaukee was everybody, oh, we got to leave Chicago now, go to Milwaukee. We got to leave it. You know, I know my family known for fleeing. Mine moved so much, my family moved so much, but I guess it's different because it's in the United States. My family is known for taking a flight. We known for that. You best believe if there was the opportunity. My husband, he was, with what he was doing at computer animation, he wanted us being in Vancouver. I'm like, no, I'm just thinking about the weather. But yeah, considering, my husband, being in the video animation and all, there was opportunity. He was definitely considering Canada. What you talking about? See, me, I'm just looking at, like weather and stuff. I like snow, but, I don't want it to be any colder. I'm cool. I'm content with, But anyways.
Saying that in this video.
See, the trick that many African migrants use or the Pan-African community worldwide is that we're doing something for you based off clout that doesn't amount to anything. And let's say if you're in a relationship with a person like this romantically, or if you're a Black American dealing with African issues, and you want to remove
African issues. What African issues? What hairdresser? What African issues are we dealing with? Get the hell out of here. Like I said, a lot of y'all don't even live around a concentration of Africans like that. Okay, even if you may have an African neighbor, many of y'all are not even living in a city or in a community where there's a concentration of Black immigrants. I can say that. I've lived like on the north side of Chicago where there was a concentration. And yeah, there's those differences. There's those little things of conflict. But then I also got conflict with my own people. I don't mean to say my own people, but there's also the GDs and folks and all of that. But that's not all. You know what I'm saying? That's the Chicago. So what you talking about? Okay, going out here with that. Going out of here with that. And we didn't call ourselves Black either. If you're talking about they're not Black. Do you know that in the it's only more recent years that we begin to embrace the term Black? We didn't originally call ourselves Black. Like we're talking about, see, they don't even call ourselves Black. Well, do you know it's only been in recent years that we started calling ourselves Black? Black was used as a derogatory slur against us. We weren't even calling ourselves Black. You do know that, right? Right? You do know that Black people weren't called calling a Black person Black was fighting words. Like 60 years ago. It's been only in more recent decades. Just like how y'all say, oh, y'all mad at Jesse Jackson saying African American. Well, once upon a time, there were Black folk. Yeah. Like listen to Richard Pryor where he was joking in one of his stand-ups. He's saying, wow, we calling ourselves Black now? Black was calling a Black person. They preferred being called Negro, colored. They didn't want to be called Black. They said that was like, let's say before the late 60s, calling a Black person, that was like fighting words. If you want to go there. No, we didn't give birth to Black. We weren't originally calling ourselves Black. First of all, the Moors weren't originally calling themselves Moors. We just took it and embraced it and, eventually took it and embraced it. When they called us Black, it was not meant, it was a way like calling us deaf, a way of calling us, it wasn't just about our beautiful melanin. It was something more esoteric. And them calling themselves white as representing purity. You're totally overlooking the point. Bye. I'm trying not to okay, I'm trying not to, but
remove yourself from that relationship because you don't get any value, you don't ever hear anybody addressing your claims. Let's say, for example, you're a man and your wife is cheating on you and you want to get away from that level of abuse. She never says, I'm sorry for cheating on you or for hurting you. Instead, she starts to make you seem like you're the problem, right?
He's right, you know.
So watch Godfrey.
Oh gosh. You see how he's spinning this? This is that serious, dude.
Do this.
And Tariq Nasheed, with Tariq Nasheed, with Dr. Umar, they have their purpose, man. But like the whole I'm not sitting there going, oh, I'm foundational Black America. I don't really give a. I just care about. It's dumb. It's stupid, and it feels like when we talk about that, somebody's getting paid to do that.
There you go. There you go. I mean, I'm saying the same thing.
Now, so I knew it. I knew that y'all got to listen to. Now that was another podcast. Make sure to listen to it in full, okay? Although I'm more interested in his 154 Africa channel, but I knew it, and because my husband and I, we was and coming from Wisconsin, we were just listening to that, but I knew it, and it was really good, for the most part what they were talking about. But I knew that Oshay was going to jump on that. I knew that these people were going to jump on that because they want badly also for Tariq to say something. These are some agents of chaos and division. Like he said, he wasn't dissing Tariq Nasheed, but he's like, that's, like he said, Tariq has his purpose. Well, he's giving Tariq, unlike myself, he's giving Tariq Nasheed grace. Okay, he also talked about how he has monetarily supported, and just, this and that. And it's not about bragging, I did this for you. Y'all sometimes make people do this stuff. Like when you got to sometimes remind people, because y'all are getting Godfrey to this point where he has to now even talk Black Americans when he was not even talking that way before. And it's kind of odd even hearing me, Yeah, but he's saying, however, like he's not dissing Tariq Nasheed, but with the whole thing with like he's just saying he don't give a, and he don't, just like I don't give a about that. All right, I care about Black Americans, I care about Black, but with what's going on with that, and he has that right. And if y'all want to see that as a diss, see, like I said, he is also from another generation. All right. Now, if he would have said, just like, remember what Tariq Nasheed said? He actually said in regards to the quote unquote Black Hebrew Israelites. I remember when Tariq Nasheed said, he said, it's funny how he's mocking now, like what we're saying is just fairy tale and we have no secular information to back up what we believe. We just go to the scriptures and ain't nothing wrong going to the scriptures, okay? Because that is history. But I was able to back it up with what he sees as secular information, what I believe, and I can continue to. But anyways, I remember he said before that, though, even though he's talking like we don't know what we're talking about, but I remember before that he was saying, yeah, they bringing the truth. He was talking about the Black Hebrew Israelites, right? Like he agrees with what we're saying, and he knows that we're bringing information that's factual. But then he went on and said, but don't nobody give a F. That's what he said. Don't nobody give. That's exactly what Tariq Nasheed said. In other words, he don't, just like Godfrey saying he don't give a F about the FBA stuff, where there are a lot of Black people in America who do identify as Yasharel, Hebrew Israelite, or however y'all want to say it. But like Tariq Nasheed said, he don't give it. And you know what? He's in his right, even if I don't feel he's right. And I have my right to oppose to what he's saying. But like, just like there's some of y'all don't give a F if there are Black Americans who identify as more. Y'all don't give a F if, like he's saying, Godfrey, he's saying that he just considered Black people, period. He's not giving an F about these differentiations like that. That's what he's basically saying. But Tariq Nasheed, but Oshay Jackson, he knows what he's doing. He's instigating. He wants him to, he's hoping that Tariq Nasheed and his cult pick up on that. I wish he did just say fuck FBA, to be honest. This whole, because I know he's not talking about Black Americans.
thing, it seems as though Oshay is really concerned more about making the money from these videos, seeming like he's the leader in the FBA movement, aligning himself.
I don't even think it's just about a grift with Oshay. I believe it's puppet masters. I think he's getting paid, and it's also about. I don't even think it's just a grift. I think there's also a more sinister agenda, and there's a more specific reason why they are going to be targeting Guard. And they're not done with Godfrey. You best believe.
Himself with Tariq Nasheed, because he's already said clear as day, he's falling in line and will not make any videos critiquing or holding Tariq Nasheed accountable. So we already know that. So it seems as though Godfrey's not wrong. Please, by all means, delineate. Let everyone know you are a foundationally Black American and you don't rock with anybody else. No one's stopping you from doing that. No one. When it comes time for reparations and all that different stuff, if you ever get it, because it seems Tariq Nasheed is lining his pockets, and yet we're no closer to these reparations that FBA seems to be fighting for. You guys have no increased legislative power.
Okay, talking about we're winning. Winning what? Shit. If you won, okay. No, because they too busy roasting tethers and focusing on bullshit and the Democrats and all of that. I know you not coming to my damn channel talking about something by Felicia if you don't take your tired ass out of here with that. They're so ignorant.
You haven't increased the money that's being recycled within the community. All I see is the FBA leader making more money and more Black people hating on other Black people for no reason. Because how have these communities harmed foundational Black Americans?
Somebody is paying you to be #FBA. How does he follow this up?
I think we all look alike. I just want to make sure. I just believe in justice for Black people around the damn world, because everybody got the word good for us.
Oh, because we're all Black and we all suffer the same things without addressing the issues that the person has. Doesn't that sound a lot like?
I do believe that a better use of our time will be figuring out how to unite against our oppressor, opposed to figuring out how to tear down each other.
So basically what you just heard from both Godfrey and Poetic Flacco is wanting to be a...
Now, why is, even though I got a question, Poetic Flacco on some things, but why would Oshay have an issue with that? Because he want to keep talking shit. Now, why does he want to keep talking shit? Why would anybody have an issue with that? We can go into, oh, now they started. Fuck, I don't care about that. We too old for this shit. Why would you have an issue with that, Oshay? And see, this is the thing. Okay, Oshay, as I said, as you can see here with his channel, it's nothing but God, because he want to keep talking shit. He want to keep talking about how Black men are clapping cheeks and Black women being ratchet. It's not about unity, even with Black Americans. He wants to talk like, no, we're not trying to make unity with you Africans, you tethers, or even if he's not using the term tethers. But you're not trying to unite with even Black Americans. See, this is the thing. Should I be more offended by Godfrey or Oshay? Should I be more offended even by Poetic Flacco than Oshay? Now, why do I say this? Now, we see what he's talking about today. Now, it's interesting. All of a sudden now, even though he's been over there, he's been outside the U.S., first he was in Europe. Now, why is it that he chooses to use these foreign countries? Do you got something on your record that you can't be in the United States? This is very questionable, Cornelius. But anyways, yeah, because I remember when he first came up in YouTube around 2015, he was supposedly pursuing a doctorate degree, and he was boasting, like he's of a higher intelligence and all of that. And he was so above the ratchet Black American women. But anyways, yeah, he was Tommy 2.0, pursuing a doctorate, Now, what happened with that? But anyways, and that sounded all good, but he was up in here, Tommy Sotomayor 2.0, talking, basically bashing Black women. Terribly. He was supposedly in Poland initially. Then, a couple of years, then he started with the whole, went to Uganda or Kenya, and then he started going more as, yeah, he was one of the forefathers of what became the Negro manosphere, right? The whole went from MG, men going their own way, that all that manosphere stuff, just like with feminists, it started with white folks and their issues with each other. But yeah, they went from men going to that to black men going their own way to the manosphere and all that. And he even had his channel, the Negro Manosphere, right? He was part of all that, just like these other ones who are now supposedly they are Captain America. Dennis Sperling. Let me see who's Red. What's his name? Red Supreme, aka King Supreme. And even with Tariq Nasheed, even if he never really exactly claimed himself to be part of the Manosphere, but he is like a forefather to, because he even said that Tommy Sotomayor was one of his bastard kids, you know, with all that Macless and stuff. Yeah, but supposedly, now I'm telling you, only reason I can do these videos, and as long as I'm no longer working outside the home. But you know, when I was early in YouTube, I couldn't do videos like this. Definitely not while I was still in college and working, you know. So I found it very hard to believe that, you know, considering the content that he's able to put out in daily, that, yeah. And that means that he has to be listening to the entire live streams of Godfrey and them they could be like 3 hours long or something, you know, to even be able to get these little clips that he finds and it takes time. I know as a content creator, that's why I've just became lazy and just started talking. It takes time. Even if he's not in here streaming as long as I am, just him making them videos, I know that takes time. So it's kind of hard for me to believe. And I know when I was, you know, working outside the home and stuff and still in college, I know that I really didn't have the time to do the videos in abundance. You know, like the way I'm talking to y'all now, there's no way I was able to do that some years ago, like when I was initially in YouTube. Okay. Yeah. What are you talking about? Bragging on what? What you talking about? Who's bragging? But anyways, but yeah, let's see. Yeah, and it's interesting. Now, if you were to look at Oshay's content, you would think now him making mockery of passport bros, but you know, passport bros are moving. Okay, but years ago now, this is just 3 years ago. Passport bros are moving to Thailand, and here's why. See, he was promoting. I'm interested. Why? Why are they moving to Thailand?
In 2000,
let's see. How much do he care about Black Americans?
created the first part of 3 series, Frustrated, Black Men in Brazil. And that is really what inspired what we know as today, the Passport Bro movement. Guys like Charles Taylor.
Yeah, and I was kind of wondering, there may be something even more sinister. I was like, are they trying to get brothers to go to these different countries so they can have their organs stolen or something? I don't know. I had my little conspiracy theories because I noticed that's what's got me tripping out. These same guys who were just a minute ago just going hard and trying to convince it. And it was mainly to these Latin American countries. That's what was interesting. Now, Oshay, he was the one who eventually to Uganda. But usually it was with these, and then the women that they would be promoting would not be the Black women, yes, Black women of these Latin American countries. They would be the more mestiza looking or even Caucasian leaning Latino women. But for some reason, it was more so Latin America. Like, is there something going on? Are they trying to talk brothers into going to these countries for some shit? And I didn't know what to believe. But I noticed it was in abundance, and that was just a couple of years ago.
Make dreams and a Passport Bro movement.
And we know that video with Tariq Nasheed, that goes back to what, like 2007, was it? With him in Brazil?
Guys like Charles Taylor Made Dreams. And of course, in today's time, young guys like Austin Holloman are seeing the same things that, you know, it's just not a fair shake for the average Black man in America. So many of them were going and congregating in many familiar places and hubs, such as...
Well, basically, this is all that Black America represents. See? This is what, just like you had Tariq Nasheed, dusty hood niggas and all of that. And Tariq Nasheed also talking about how much nicer the women are. And he couldn't just talk about the nice women of Brazil. He had to make a comparison. Tariq Nasheed talked about how much nicer the women in Brazil are versus, he said American women. Even if he didn't say Black American women, but he still said American women. So I would assume that it includes Black American women, right? And if that's their,
men in America, same things that No, it's just not a fair shake for the average black man in America. So many of them were going and congregating in many familiar places and hubs, such as Brazil, the Dominican Republic, and Colombia. But then, why were those the places? Number one, I think the close proximity to the United States, but then also the women and also the weather also played a role. But then things started happening. You started to see guys get drugged in Colombia. You started to see guys have a lot of bad experiences in Dominican Republic with.
Yeah, it's almost like, and were y'all purposely setting it up? But now, so now here he's promoting Thailand. Then eventually Uganda. Who are you, Oshay Duke Jackson? But anyways, let me show you some more of what I'm talking about. Oops, let me refresh.
Last time I heard.
Yeah, who is this? My Thoughts and Opinions, a couple of years ago on Oshay.
Heard he's living in a majority white country. He said before that he doesn't work with white YouTubers because he likes to stay strictly black, but he's living in a majority white country.
Yeah, that's when he was in Europe. What is with him? It is kind of questionable. Why would you? And of all places, Poland, I believe, or something is fishy with that. But hey, maybe he just wants to,
Last time I heard, he's going to a white college. He doesn't seem to have a problem getting a white education. So last time I heard, he's living.
Look at here he is here. Oshay Vlogcast channel. How to travel to Johannesburg, South Africa for black men. He's thinking black American men. So he was just a couple of years ago. Now this is 8 years ago. That's not that long ago. Not for me. He was enticing black men. Then he was in Europe, enticing them to go to Latin America, and then from there to Thailand. And that, then eventually he got on this whole, I guess, to look more pro-black. I'll still F with black women, but they got to be in the African continent. I don't know what that was about.
South Africa. It is absolutely wonderful. You'll meet who is who in South Africa here.
So, and then notice they will always talk about these other countries as if it's just so wonderful and this and that. Even with the African, they had such a great experience. But now all of a sudden, and this was years ago, and he's been now living in the African continent, I believe, if we were to go by what he said, for years. Why all of a sudden now, oh, you know what? I just noticed they've been scamming people over it. And yeah, now all of a sudden, he almost as if somebody told him, you got to start talking in this direction now. You're going to have to co-sign it. Because remember when he even tried to come at Tariq Nasheed, remember? Now, some people think Tariq Nasheed scared him so much. That ain't what this is about. That he's, no, I don't think it's about him being scared of Tariq Nasheed. Please. What Tariq Nasheed going to say that Tommy hasn't? This ain't about him being scared of Tariq Nasheed. I think almost like as if somebody told him, you got to start talking in this direction now. It's a new agenda. Y'all done enough to divide black men and black women. You've done your job. You've done it well. Now it's time to, you got to pretend to be pro-American now, even though you're still living over, another country, but we need you to talk in this direction now.
For sure. You'll be staying with guys who are,
Yeah, so he's how to travel, South Africa for black men, and he's thinking black American men. Yeah, but let me give you yeah. Remember when Tariq Nasheed, because initially he was coming at Tariq Nasheed because Tariq Nasheed, I think, was, when Tariq Nasheed started going on that FBA tip and speaking against, the tethers. That's when Oshay tried to come at Tariq Nasheed. So what made him flip? Oh, all of a sudden he had this bad, traumatic experience in Africa? No. It's like he had to get with the program. I don't even think it's about, because remember this?
That dude, that Oshay dude. And Oshay, and people have been saying you've been taking little shots. You've been, kind of playing the fence. Oshay, I know you're listening. Oshay, don't poke the bear. Oshay, don't poke the bear, brother. You way too easy. Oshay, I know you're listening, brother. Don't play with me, bro. You way too easy, my nigga.
way too easy, bro.
And as a black woman, who would you have more respect for? Godfrey, who, even though he let it be known he cool with Tariq Nasheed, but he still speak his mind on what he feel about the whole, the thing with the, FBA talking, or somebody like Oshay, who deep down, yeah, big that he was promoting at that time. He was still promoting the go to Africa or go to foreign countries to get with women. See, so that Oshay today is not really saying what he really believes. I have more respect for somebody who is speaking what they truly feel and what they truly believe. That's being more of a man, in my opinion. You saying you want to talk with me, not this stream. We can maybe do it another stream, but not this stream. Full Metal. For one, I'm not, because really I don't want to talk about this no more, to be honest. Yeah, but it's interesting. Now, this is information I've been new on Oshay, even before it got exposed by Moorish World, and there was another channel. But I do know, as I do believe, I'm going to just say it like that, his father had a real short role in the film Penitentiary 2. Now, why does that matter? Well, there's nothing wrong if, you did a little acting or you did a little, but I just question some of these YouTubes. I begin to question and finding out their backgrounds. I do feel that we have plants. There have been people that have been planted, and it's been for a minute. I feel that there are plants. Like I talked about, I feel Exoticals United. I definitely feel Cynthia G. MK. Yes, I will go as far as saying MK Ultra, Monarch plants up in YouTube. And there are some people, whether they are a part of Hollyweird or the parents may have had, I just feel that some of these people are plants. That's my opinion. That's my opinion, Azur. I still think she's a plant. I still think there was a connection with the Vonnie Monet site. I really do. And I'm glad I brought that up because it allowed, people who already been knowing that she was a liar and who she was. See, but notice how they didn't just put it out there like they could have. Good question. Who planted her? But I believe she's a plant. I believe that some of these people. I do believe. Now, some could be just, I'm not, just straight grifters. I'm just giving my opinion. I definitely believe that with some of these people, they are monarchs. They are, I'll notice that they have some kind of interesting backgrounds. They were part of radio journalists, like when I talked about Rhoda Osmond, the so-called brick lady. I don't know. Some of these people, I believe, definitely. Here's another thing, too. I noticed that she also talks about, like, with the EU. I don't want to focus on her now, but, talking about her mom. She talked about moms, jealous moms, like as if there was some sort of conflict with her mother, even looking at her background. Oh, but this is definitely my opinion with Oshay. And when you just do a little research, learning about these people, I'm not going to expose and put all. These are kind of things I kind of knew about already with Oshay. I just didn't feel the need. But I see that there are other people like Moorish World TV who are talking about this now. Just like the things I hadn't even exposed on Cynthia G and her family background. I left certain things alone out of consideration for her mother and the supposed charitable contributions. But even when you consider that, it's something questionable. Like when I went and looked up, I noticed how the abundance of hope keeps changing, but I'm not going to go all into that. And you know what? In the whole thing on Cynthia, I threw the folder over. I had a whole folder. I was going to expose it. It's shadow. But out of consideration. But yeah, there's some questionable stuff with the abundance of hope. I'm going to just say that. Because we wonder, why? How are these people so desensitized? Where they will even laugh at, it's like it's beyond a grift. It's like there's something even more so. Yeah, and these could be people just with some serious issues. But I don't even think that this is just, well, she's done her part. Cynthia G's done her part, though. But do check out Morris World TV. I'm going to just say this. Yeah, because this is the same guy. Why did he feel the need to go so far? Almost like somebody telling him to do this shit. Like that guy that was with Kwame Brown. Like to make fun of this woman's Sister T. And I got to question everybody that's over there. He felt the need to, and making fun of this black woman, he felt the need to go as far as buying a wig, putting on lipstick, almost. Now, maybe that is just what he wanted to do and trying to be funny. But I'm like, wait a minute. You know how people going to talk, almost as if somebody told him to do this, like it's part of a humiliation, which is just really weird. But these were the antics. This is how far Oshay would go. And he had, Tommy did the same thing, putting on it, it's how far they would go. Maybe they feel they're just like with Yvette Carnell feeling she got to put on a MAGA hat to make her point, like really, but like when you feel you got to seriously and, take pictures, like, put on wigs and trying to make a point. And, I have a sense of humor, but doggone well what people are going to say, but almost as if you're doing this, like you're told you got to do this or something. I don't know. Just something really, really peculiar about all of this. But anyways, yeah, check that out when you get a chance. This wasn't even that long ago, 2 months ago. More Short TV. Just type in Oshay. You'll see this video. And you see him here, African-American living in Uganda. Diasporan hustlers in Africa. Oshay Jackson, this whole Kenganda, now he's trying to talk about. But this is an interesting one here. Oshay vlogcast channel, sex, tourism, prostitution, sidekicks. Him responding. See, and let's go to this channel. Let's check out this channel. And I'm now the videos on this, it looked like he ain't been in this channel for a minute, has he? Oshay vlogcast channel. Been a minute. But notice all that he's talking about. Yeah, this is when he was a little more concentrated on especially black women. And just basically black ratchetness, if you will. If there's such thing as black ratchetness. But that's what he was focused on. Johannesburg, South Africa is the shit. Black in Poland. Yeah. Black in Poland. Black in how is he even daring to speak on Godfrey? And you don't seem to be too content with America. Just landed in Rio de Janeiro. This isn't even just about traveling. I see if it was just traveling, telling you how great the city is. No, he was trying to entice black men more specifically to go to these channels for these countries for women and even move to these countries. But now he's Captain America. Now he wants to, Godfrey needs to stop talking on black men, like as if he cares about black Americans. Do Polish people think that all black people are the same? And is Ukraine a good place for black people to live? Black in Poland. And not necessarily anything wrong with that, but with his videos, let's go to the oldest. Yeah, I first learned about Tommy Lauren through these guys up in here. You see this woman right here? Yeah, that's what's interesting. Just like Tommy Sotomayor. What is with this Republican connection and bashing black women and manosphere and white Republican? I first learned about Tommy Lauren even before she was on Fox News. It was through Tommy Sotomayor. That's what's interesting. She was doing videos of Tom. Yes, Tommy. What's the connection? Do gay black men have a voice in the Negro manosphere? Why I defend Tommy Sotomayor against Ebony.com. This ought to be interesting. But he talks about Tommy now like I never knew the Negro, right?
In fact, I believe his main channel was taken down for copyright infringement.
Tommy, he wasn't really taken down like that in YouTube until he went against the Ish people. They let Tommy continue with that rhetoric. Yes.
Meaning that he was downloading video clips and posting them on YouTube.
Oh, you see, he was totally defending Tommy.
And that's what had TNN Raw 2.
And at that time, Tommy was going as far, not just even talking about black women. By that time, he was saying, where is George Zimmerman? When we need him, we need more George Zimmermans. He was saying, I can't wait to see, I love seeing videos of your little children, your little black children shot so I can come up in here. Tommy was at his worst, telling, mocking Trayvon Martin. And Oshay was still, even after then, because, it's 9 years ago, Tommy was at his worst. And Oshay was adamantly defending him and all of that. What he had to say, especially against black women and black men. He didn't care.
Taken down. And those video footages and clips were actual things black women were doing. Everything that Tommy Sotomayor talks about black women in the black community is 100% the truth.
So everything Tommy Sotomayor was talking about black women in the black community, and he's talking more specifically black Americans, he said it is the truth. but we're supposed to be offended. So you're offended by Godfrey, but you were defending Tommy. But now he act like he don't like Tommy. Tommy, it ain't that Tommy changed. He was pro-black and then all of a sudden he started raccooning. No, Tommy was raccooning. He was at his worst around this time. Before this. And not just going at black women, by the way. He didn't care. I was calling it out. I was confronting it. Oshay did not care. Now he wants to act like, see, he loved Tommy, but now he act like, I never knew the nigga. Now he want to act like, you know what I'm saying? No, you were supporting with Tommy 2.0, weren't you?
But black women have a problem with that because it's not about that he's telling the truth. It's how he's saying
it. He's telling the truth. But that's whatever Tommy talks about. Yes, black women on regular, we're putting black babies in microwaves and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, that's what black women normally do, right? Yeah, and I guess also what he said on black men, so that this is the same Tommy saying if you see a group of black men, he didn't say thugs, he said black men, period, walking towards you upon him. He said fire upon him. He said put this up at a racist website right now. If you see a group of white, he gave white racists step-by-step instructions like you have my permission. If you see a bunch of black men, he said Negroes walking towards you, not black thugs, as if you could identify thugs. He said fire upon them. Tommy said, this is before he did this video. Oshay did this video on his defense. And they know they've seen these videos over and over. I've done people. In fact, Poetic Flacco used one of my, hold on. Poetic Flacco's using one of my videos that I put together and talking about. So they know about this stuff. Let me see. Is this the video? This video here of Poetic Flacco, this is from my video. So, because, my video, it went. So they all know about this. This is from my video here.
Because he had a BB gun.
Young Columbus Cub was shot down.
Well, it's Tommy's video, but this was from my video, the fonts that you see. This was from the video when I was trying to bring people's attention to, do y'all hear how this guy's talking?
And guess who's to blame? He gave cops a bad name. That's right. There was a racist cop in Columbus.
Yeah, this is my video I put together in Sony Vegas, what was called Sony Vegas. And I said he's trying to humor his listeners with his whack rant, making mockery of the murder of a black child.
Columbus, Ohio, who shot down a young cub who was just perusing the forest and bothering nobody. Now, we do believe that maybe the cub was seeking to get a picnic basket.
Well, not picnic basket, picnic casket. Well, but the cop had the machine to crack the chest plate open to release them guts as he released dope cuts. Brutal, jagged edge, totally redneck. Now everybody scream much respect to the X and enough respect given. If you disrespect him, then you will not be living. Word to mama, Emma, drama, dilemma. It's not a joke and it's not a game. But if you're asking me to feel sorry, I don't. Roll that niggly bean footage.
Regardless of
That's what Tommy was saying up in here. Yeah, that was it from the, I had put together that video, the compilate. Yeah, if you see a bunch of black men, people like myself, Jay Black who was from the UK, Twinkie 647. This also from my video of Tommy's just basically holding up America. I don't know why Tommy, this is just
terminated. There are too many niggas running around.
Myself, oh yeah, also that was also Afro Synergy.
George Zimmerman's. I wish that more of you niggas were exterminated. There are too many niggas running around that don't need to exist.
On these streets.
And you also understand what I mean by when I wish there were more George Zimmermans. I wish that more of you niggas were exterminated. There are too many niggas running around that don't need to exist.
When you see black dudes walk up on you, you need to keep shooting them. I get a kick out of reporting those videos. Keep doing it.
I'm telling white folks, I don't know if my word means nothing. Put this on a racist website right now. Here's a message to white people. Carry your gun, get a license to carry it in person, and if you see a group of these Negroes coming near you, walking towards you, fire upon them. Yep, fire upon them.
And guess who lost their channel first? Me or Tommy? I lost my channel. Yeah, now you see why they came. Oh yeah, Soto Nation came at 2 of my channels. You hear me? And then YouTube came at 2 more of my channels. These guys have not lost. Oshay and them, they ain't lost shit. Oshay was talking the same way. But again, hold on. Why I defend Tommy Sotomayor? By the way, that video that I put together, that was before Oshay. So Oshay, all of them saw what we were bringing to their attention. They all saw this. They know all this stuff. Even if they can't say, well, I never heard Tommy saying this. No, because these videos, we put together these videos, they went viral. Yeah, they know. They knew about this. And
it's not that he's not telling the truth, it's how he's saying it.
So he's telling the truth that we need to be, put in ovens and, and this is just all, so this is what they think. If this is what he just really thinks all that black Americans are about, I didn't know, also, I didn't know wearing weaves was that horrible. I didn't know that was, causing such destruction in the black community. But if that's all that we about, if that's what you believe, that all black Americans about fighting, gang banging, ratchetness, baby mama, if that's what you believe about, then why are you even trying to talk about like you got this love for black Americans? Cut the shit. Because you say Tommy's speaking the truth, right? Oh, look, Lars again, uploaded 3 years ago. Oshay Duke Jackson, Kenganda, alleged sex tourist in Uganda. Well, let's see. Do you think is the behavior that he's participating in Uganda? Let's see. This doesn't seem any less ratchet. Because it's not like he's showing his wife cooking him a meal and them doing, no, it isn't.
Let me go.
Okay, let's see. Is this any less immoral or than what he's claiming going on in the United States?
Right.
Is Oshay looking for a nice Stepford wife, for somebody who's, to build a family with? Has he had any children? Has he gotten married yet? Since it's so much better outside the United States. Has he done anything really productive in these other countries with these better women, these better people who are apparently better than black Americans, definitely better than black American women? But let's see, is he doing anything that's less ratchet?
Say hi, baby.
We ain't got nobody lying. Right? What the hell? What these niggas at?
You didn't. Let me go. Lick your elbows. Ah, Allah. Ah.
Let me lick your elbow through there. Give me.
I mean, what is it that I'm seeing that's okay? There's nothing wrong with talking, trying to holler at the opposite sex. What's so? Oh wait, I guess because they're not fighting, huh? And I'm not trying to put. Please don't take it as me trying to put down women in in general in these other countries. I'm not trying to do that. Okay, I know that these women don't represent women. All the women in Uganda, but you see how it's easy to if we were to go by what Oshay is showing you, you understand what I'm saying? Then people could have that impression. Oh wow, the women in Uganda are easy, and now why is all that he want to focus on the women in Uganda?
Give my 5 back.
Oh my god!
Boom, there we go. Freaking live on the thing.
Oh gosh, what a clown. So not only did he have this young woman stand up, but he wanted her to stand up and show her behind.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting that donkey booty.
You just introduce, hey, this is my girlfriend. She, yeah, we can see that she's beautiful, but he wants you to straight up. Now he's supposed to be respecting this woman, but he wants to put her ass on display.
So
if she is such a kinder woman, let's say if these women, just like how I remember when Tariq Nasheed talking about how nicer and kinder the women are in Brazil, but as he's doing this little, and as he's recording, he's saying that the Brazilian women walking by saying hi, saying, see how friendly they are, and then he was like, hey, bitch. And I'm like, if they're nicer in Brazil, why are you calling them bitches still? Why are they still bitches if they're nicer? And why would you? Maybe these women are nicer or seem nicer to you because they don't know that you're calling them bitches and stuff.
Are going to help recruit Ugandan girls. They want you to stand up.
He said we're going to help recruit Ugandan girls. So what was he doing?
Licensed in California.
Well, y'all can check this out for yourself. Morris World TV. Expose of Oshay the Duke Jackson as a complete fraud and Tariq Nasheed's cowardly flunky. Yeah, he went from, so I guess he's went from Tommy Sotomayor's flunky to Tariq Nasheed's flunky. Interesting. Very interesting. So, but now you see how he talks about Tommy Sotomayor. So he never really liked Tommy Sotomayor, just as he doesn't like Tariq Nasheed. And soon as things crash, as it may happen with Tariq Nasheed, it's only so long, especially thinking he can mock Yasharel like that. Trust me, Oshay is going to be first in line to be talking shit, doing videos, poking at Tariq Nasheed. Because he is messy, but this is the ultimate. See, this is really what he really wants you to forget about. This is what Oshay really, disclaimer, this is going to get very disturbing, y'all. This is what Oshay really don't want you to know about. Y'all remember this. Now, y'all remember Corinne Gaines, right? Y'all remember the Black American sister Corinne Gaines. And, Baltimore sister, she ain't do nothing to black men. In fact, there are some people feel that if she hadn't been, as they would put it, mammy muling for black men, she'd still be alive. If she hadn't been protecting black men, she'd still be alive. But then they'll say, oh, she got with hoodlums, though. She got with... And they say, now I don't know the details with what's that one sister Breonna Taylor, but there's some people poking at that.
Okay, who are you?
I am Baltimore County Police Department.
Okay, so you.
I am Baltimore County Police Department.
Okay, so let me inform you of who I am.
Who are you?
I do not participate in any of you guys' side laws and things like that. I don't participate in that. You are not. I don't participate in that. You are not authorized.
Let me see your driver's license, or I'll have to arrest you. And I don't know what you're gonna do with your children.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
You're gonna arrest me for what now?
Because I have to be able to identify. You don't have any tag on.
Sir, you have delegation of sure, and a delegation of authority order.
And then will you give me your driver's license?
Listen. I already told you I don't
If you don't believe
participate.
I'm a police officer, here you go.
Okay.
Can you show you my
And you also have your delegation of authority order, correct?
Identify. You don't have any tag on.
Sir, you have yet to identify yourself.
I'm trying to get to
that side. Identify yourself,
Turn this car.
sir. Can you identify?
I remember she had said, I'm trying to get to that part, but I don't know exactly where it is. But she was like, I'm doing this. I'm thinking of Trayvon Martin. I'm thinking of Mike Brown.
Turning my
Get out of the
car.
Ma'am,
No, I'm not
you have a
complying
driver's
to that. Listen, I'm not
Then you won't
complying
be
to that.
arrested.
Here's my. I own this vehicle.
So you want to be arrested? You have a child in the backseat. I'm trying
No,
to help
I
you out.
understand that.
Do you? I mean, do you want me to help?
Understand that.
Do you? I mean, do you want me to help? You have
Listen,
a child.
listen. I don't want to be arrested. That's number one.
Then do what
All
I
I'm
asked, please.
asking
I'm
you
working
for.
with you. I showed you my police ID. I
right.
don't have to do that, but I did it because I'm working with you.
So for you to identify
Get what you
yourself.
gotta get.
Yeah, and they came and took my. I'm in the middle of suing you guys in ECI, and they came and took my tags off of my car. My car was properly insured.
Who's ECI?
That's a Eastern Correctional Institution. I have to give them to me too. They gonna have to kill me. Yeah, we gonna show this. These bitches gonna see a fight today. I don't give a fuck. Fuck that. They gonna have to kill me.
Now, there's lots of
Hey, Kobe, they tell you get out this car. Go take your seatbelt off. You do not get out this car. Do you understand? You better fight they asses. Fight them. Do you hear me?
Now, some people, there were debates, could she have been like, let's say, mentally ill, or could she? But, she was saying what she felt was right. She felt, she felt that, she expressed, she had the frustration of what happened to Trayvon Martin, what happened to, now whether or not we could debate all day long about, she should have complied. Some people felt, she put her son in danger. She felt she was raising her son perhaps as a soldier. I still don't think this sister deserved what happened to her. Absolutely not.
All right, man.
And I still see this as my sister.
Here's your citations. Okay?
You can keep them.
I can't keep them. I'll give them to you.
No, I won't be accepting those.
All right.
You
You don't have to sign them. It doesn't mean you're guilty. It means,
Okay.
Okay.
I don't want them.
Okay, but I had to give them to you. So here. I'll put them in your car for you. So this on camera.
Promise you, I will own your ass inept to do that.
I honestly kind of wonder, was she targeted, especially she talked about she was in the process of suing. It's been so long ago, but when I really looked into this story.
And like I told them, he even admitted on camera that he had seen my car before. So they have been working on this day for a minute now. They know exactly where I live at. I'm not sure if they know where I live at. I'm not sure if they know what they're doing. And they will have to kill me today.
No, nobody wants to
They
kill you.
will have to. Promise you. This day. While y'all fucking burn in hell. All y'all fucking pigs. Yourselves. Nobody has presented a delegation of authority order. He don't even know what the fuck it is. So who the fuck are y'all? A bunch of fucking gang members plotting on a fucking woman. But whoever sent y'all.
Now, for whatever reason, whether she was dealing with some form of paranoia, I don't know. But for whatever reason, she felt that she was targeted. There's different footage of her, like at the courthouse. And I don't know, for whatever reason, a young, strong-head warrior, but without structure, discipline, or balance. Wish I had known her. What a major loss in the Black community. She could have handled it a different way. Why does it keep skipping like a 20-year-old CD? Yeah, I hope that this is in full, though, this video, because it could have been things. I just remember things that were said, and it makes me wonder.
I told you, don't be scared. Huh?
Just to let you know, man, that we have a taser operator coming.
Okay, yeah, I can't listen to that either with her son. But you know what had eventually happened at her home, where she ended up being taken out. It makes me kind of cry even thinking about it. And that was the first and only time really that I had addressed Oshay Duke Jackson, even though he had been you know, I just felt like me addressing Tommy and his rhetoric alone, I didn't have to address all these other guys. But when I saw this, even though I knew that Oshay was also talking just like Tommy and a lot of these other ones, Minister Jab, but I just, you know, I felt addressing Tommy was enough. But after I saw Oshay, after I heard Oshay make this video here, that's the only time I said I'm gonna address him. Otherwise, I've left Oshay alone. But yeah, there's a certain point where, in this case, it really hit me, just like with Trayvon Martin, just like with Asia McGowan, it hit me deep. And, you know, one of those, that's why now it's like, I can't even watch these news reports. You know, now when you're like, I don't know any detail on Ahmaud Arbery or even Breonna Taylor, because I refuse. But I'm gonna give y'all a disclaimer, trigger warning. But I gotta play it. I gotta play this. So trigger warning. Give me a second, y'all. Give me a second. Give me 1 second before I play it. So I won't, you know, certain people hearing it. Okay. You know, my daughter coming in the room. I don't want her hearing it. So I'm telling you now, you know, disturbing. And I'm sure you heard it before, August 2016.
There's a new movement among Black women who are being killed by the police. And because Black women feel that they're not getting the exposure that they should, there is this movement now called Say Her Name.
Now he's so focused on, you know, the Black women bringing attention specifically to Black women that he has to make it more so into a gender thing. You know, in other words, this is his way, just like Tommy, to try to desensitize you to the lives of Black women. And he's pretty much co-signing the white or like white officers who who take out Sandra Bland. Another one, Sandra Bland was another one who spoke in defense of Black men and Black people. You could find her videos of, and we believe that she didn't hang herself. So people felt, you know, but he wants you to focus on the whole gender aspect of it, more specifically, by using the Say Her Name hashtag. Because he was, just like Tommy, the goal to desensitize you to the lives of Black women and give justification. That's why also Tommy would defend George Zimmerman to be a Black mouthpiece, giving justification to the actions against Black people, so that white people can feel justified, because you see, it's a Black man saying it. And notice how he even goes as far as mocking like the Black preacher, and he's speaking in almost like he's mocking the Holy Spirit. You know, you see, and you'll notice how he sounds performative, unlike what you hear now in his videos. And he was a full-grown man doing these videos. This was just 10 years ago. Unlike what you hear now, you know, he sounds really performative, like he's putting on an act. So who sent you?
Trying to get called Say Her Name. Pretty much trying to get Black women some publicity about the police murders occurring amongst the sisterhood. This whole situation that you got going on with Corn Gaines is what I'd like to call the chickens coming home to roost. Because see, it was okay when it was Black men getting shot by the police, but see, now y'all getting shot by the police. And I think it's a fucking great job.
What kind of evil? By the way, you've been having you've been having Black women being lynched. This isn't new, okay? Of course, they're going to first and foremost target Black men, because, you know, you got to target the head of the family, the head of the community first. All right? And regardless, whatever happened to black men, it happens to black women, and it vice versa. But he wants you to see it as something different. See, it's about time, by saying black men have been more likely to be victimized, so don't feel sorry for them. It's about time. They got to be victimized too. They got to be shot and lynched too. They have to be, do you see what I'm saying? The look sick, psychotic. He's not giving no consideration to her son. Let's say he gets older, knows about, he's giving no consideration to her black son. Oh, wait, maybe he don't see himself because he's, not the same. I don't know. But you see, he's giving no consideration to her black son. Yeah, I said black son, considering how black Americans define black Americans. You see, he's not caring about her complexion and talking about black bitches now, is he? So thus, her son, her black son, he's giving no consideration to that, to our son with this insensitive ass shit. And this is just wicked. These are people that, so this shows who would even, regardless of your opinions, who would make fun of it? This is not, he's not giving consideration. What if she was like mentally ill? What if, you know what I'm saying? There's no consideration. No consideration. I'm like, what is wrong? Like, I don't know these people. I've never known black people to be heartless like this without it being obvious. And this is supposedly a person who claimed that he was pursuing a doctorate degree. Would you want a person like this working on you who would applaud? So let's say if she was on his operating table, would he be, is this a type of person, he would probably smother her hoping that she died because he's applauding this? Are you crazy? This is sick. And he's never had, that's why when he tried to offer me to come up on his panel, I would have no respect for you.
When there was black men getting shot by the police, but see now, y'all getting shot by the police.
Yeah, and when black men being shot, it was usually black women out in the forefront a lot of times. Black women, even like myself, because a lot of times these are our sons, our brothers, black women. And it wasn't just symbolic support. Just like how you saw majority black women applauding when OJ was, found not guilty. But let me not feed into the whole gender thing.
And I think it's a fucking great job. I think it's a great job. It's the best thing that's been happening in the black community. They smoking you bitches now.
So the best thing happening is black women getting killed in the black community? Really? But we're supposed to be offended by Godfrey though, right?
And the reason why that's a good thing, because you black women are the people who implanted into these young black boys that they should do whatever the fuck they want to do. This is how y'all think. This is the left-wing liberalism.
It looked like, she was trying to raise her son to be unlike your ass. Yeah, of course. A son, he needs his daddy. Of course. You need your mom and your dad. You need a man to teach you to be a man. But I'm pretty sure her son will be, hopefully, sadly, his mommy was taken. But I hope that he is being raised by people that I'm pretty sure he will come out. Well, never mind. I mean, not even.
Idea black women have. You've always had it. Now you really got it. But see, the difference is the white man is tired of your shit.
He sounds so fake.
This is what y'all thought. Y'all didn't know the chicken was coming home to roost. So let me say her name.
Black women, we never experienced any racism.
It's called disrespect. That's what you black.
This is his way also. See, because these people are also linked with white Republicans. This is his way also of defending the white male stance and patriarchy. Notice how he has no issue with the white cops. Even with the white cops taking out black men, he has no issue with that. This is his also a way. Notice he just applauds on. White man, do your job. How dare you, black woman, talk to your white master? He's not just being sarcastic. Even with all that white zaddy talk, they're not being just sarcastic. They really believe that black women depending on white men. But why? Why would you even be giving white men that much power? in saying that your women are dependent on Zaddy all the time. Y'all got to realize y'all puffing up the heads of white men even when you continuously say this, whether you're talking about welfare or whatever. Why are you giving them so much credit? Give me a second, y'all.
Bitches preach. I got a curse back. That's what you black bitches preach. I got to curse a little bit. I need Don Calypso to get on the organ. I feel like preaching. And when I feel like preaching, I feel the spirit start coming over me.
Oh, see, you playing with something. See what he playing with right here? But they think that's funny because they have no shame. They have no shame. But you know, you owe all of y'all. Y'all gonna be humble. You think that what you're doing, you think that you are not going to, for all that you have done, the mudsling, all this, there's only so long that you think that you can go at the sons and daughters of Zion and think you can mock the Spirit, even the Holy Spirit, with this rhetoric. As soon as I start talking, the rain start falling in my city. Y'all thinking that y'all can just move on and with your little money and stuff. Yeah, you thinking, oh no, you want to talk about chickens coming home in a roost.
I want to start speaking in tongues. You know how y'all do in the church. And see
the little mockery there?
The white man really started understanding that you black women ain't women like you used to be. Now you becoming a problem to him. So what he gonna do is he gonna start knocking your motherfucking heads off.
Women like you used to be. In other words, see, he's speaking on behalf of white men. Go back to being mammies to white men. Go back to being subservient to white men. Go back saying yes sir, no sir to white men. You see what I'm? You see the little shit they saying? You see what he's saying? Go back to being subservient. Go back to which, go back to being what Tariq Nasheed want to call bed wenches.
Too. Don't matter becoming a problem to him. So what he gonna do?
This is an indirect way of also defending white men.
He gonna start knocking your motherfucking heads off too. Don't matter how good you look. Because see, the white man is starting to get to the root of the problem. It's you black bitches. Your attitudes, your problems, your theories. See, you the ones teaching these people, these young men, to be stupid. And now these young men are not just a threat to niggas. They're a threat to the police now. Because see, it's like pit bull breeding.
Taking away all power from black men. This is not a black man and you need to be listening, that brothers need to be listening to. And it's very obvious he don't give two craps about black men because he's always gossiping about black men. That's why it was so easy for him to just put Godfrey, put makeup on him and all that. Same with Corey Holcomb.
Back in the day, pit bull used to attack owners. They used to bite owners all the time. And what the white people started doing when the pit bulls started attacking them, they instantly shoot them, kill them. And this needs to happen with y'all. And the best thing that happened for this little boy is his mama got shot. That's the best thing could happen to him.
See, I hear that. You know what I mean? You can hear the rest. I don't care. You don't even need to hear the rest. He said that's the best thing that happened to him. What evil person would say something like that? I lost my mama in my 20s, and I'm still, my mother recovering from a stroke. Thug broke in our home, attacked her. I had to take care of her. But she eventually died. I was in my 20s. I dreamed about it. That effect. I can't even imagine a young child. And you could tell she was very close to her son and stuff. I can't even imagine. Of course, I wish that she would have responded differently. And, but no, she ain't deserve that. And them children didn't deserve that. But this evil ass, so you can't tell me shit about Godfrey or anybody else. But he's going to keep on. But I'm just going to wait. I want the Most High to take care of these. Seriously. Because this stuff has been witnessed up in here for years. And then they have the audacity to call themselves flip-flopping and talking like they have a consideration for their Black American brothers and sisters. You are just as low as a time. Y'all are the low. I'm telling you. I was hoping like Tariq Nasheed have a little more of a conscience, but no. But yeah, anyways, I want to just try to share this, some of what, because they're going to really be coming even more so at Godfrey. This is from 154 Africa. I want to share some of this. Ibrahim Traore from Burkina Faso. He's speaking on Ibrahim Traore. Now, I'm not saying that I'm, follow any man leader, but, because I'm going to tell you this right now. I believe if I were to try to, use some discernment, considering Bible prophecy and, the end of the Gentile time and what looked like it, I believe it, we're in that time. Definitely. Whatever they're trying to do, the Western world powers that be, or just the powers that be, the Edomite, I don't think they're going to be so successful with what they think they're going to do. Like even with Iran, and the scriptures talk about the Medes and the Persians. Persia is what Iran used to be referred to. And if things are going as whatever they're going to, because like I said, I do believe they have more plans of making moves, military moves, more so into the African continent. More specifically, the Sahel region. And especially as the countries are trying to unite. Yeah, they understand delineation, but they also know there's a time and place to put our differences aside. Well, some of them are coming to this understanding. There's hopefully South Africa and they get it more together, but yeah, I'm going to tell you, I don't think what they're trying to do, because there's already a situation over there in the Sahel region where you had these said to be reported, these terrorist attempts, but they failed. In fact, 400 of these terrorists were taken out. I don't think they're going to be so successful with what they think they're doing. They're going to go further beyond Iran in targeting these supposedly Muslim-run countries, right? That's the excuse they're going to use, right? Whatever the excuse they're going to use. Who are training these terrorists. But anyways, I believe that the land of Ham, or, the continent, well, you have Ham and Shem over there. I feel that the African continent is going to be growing. I think that we're going to witness, maybe, I don't know, maybe even in my lifetime, the fall of the Western world. Okay? Almost like there's going to be a new dark, if you want to call it dark ages. But it's really going to be, yeah, but I feel that what they are trying to do, and I'm not saying that, we are to put our trust in any man, worldly leader, whether he's black, white, whatever. It's not about that. But I believe that the Most High, I believe certain things are going to be caused and allowed for a reason. And there is going to be a time for another Exodus. And you got to understand, the worst thing that we could be doing right now is making enemies with, we don't need to be making, because, we got our people also in the African continent. And I know that they don't want us to link up. They want us to be as patriotic. But anyways, I have my opinion that they're not going to be that successful with what they try. But I still know that they're going to try. I still believe that they're going to try what they're doing. And that's why I believe, and see, considering what Godfrey's talking about right here and discussing Ibrahim Traore, yeah, you best believe. And they know that Godfrey is really popular, and he's got a lot of Black Americans listening to him, a lot of Black people in the Western world who actually dig Godfrey. So they got to, even if we don't agree with everything he says and does, but they know that he can be very influential, and he's gotten kind of popular in social media. So it's just my theory that they're going to turn it up on Godfrey, even more so, especially when they see that even after you're fired, you can go and do your own thing, and they don't like that. Whether it's Prince, Michael Jackson, when when Michael Jackson, broke off from, they don't like you when you go. Same with Prince. You go and do your own thing. They really don't like that. Sam Cooke. But let's just see, and I do still acknowledge that Godfrey's just another one of these celebrities. But I'm just saying, he could be also, I don't know. But from what I don't think Godfrey's also him, going at Vlad TV. Because even though these other people act like they got issues with Vlad, they still. Yeah, we're gonna see. Yeah, Jamar, this is really right. But with Jamar, he's disappointed me. But yeah, of course, that's how it always is. Right, they made Vlad TV hot. Right, you know this. He know this. That's why deep down he want, they don't like you going in your own way like that. But anyways, but you see the people willing to shake hands with Vlad again. I hope Godfrey don't, But anyway, I like this with the 154 Africa. So far, I'm cool with this.
$500 billion. Burkina Faso, Ibrahim Traore, and Mali and Niger kicked out France because, Macron is going crazy.
Right.
He's like, but you need us. You have to. He's angry because he says, you guys need us. You take $500 billion out of Africa every year. Without Africa, France collapses. Jacques Chirac was one of the presidents of France, said, without Africa, France is nothing. The reason why the Eiffel Tower is built.
The beginning of what we may call white supremacy. The beginning, it actually goes further back. Well, I take it to 1492. There's a reason why they love the year 1492. But let's go further back when there was a purge in Europe of a certain people. Okay? That goes back to actually, even when we were during a time when it was still considered the Dark Ages, but you had the Crusades going on. Okay? The Crusades. And who was it that was initially behind the Crusades? It was the people of France, weren't it? See, quote unquote, white supremacy. Some people may think it goes back to ancient Greek, Rome, but I don't believe that the ancient Grecians and Romans are kind of what we may see as white people. I think I think we take it back to the Gauls. But anyways, it's interesting cutting off with France. See, cutting off with the Western world, and you never know. This if they continue with this, there's gonna be a great effect on the Western world because many of the resources like rubber coming out of the Congo. And I know it's like, why are you talking all this and you living in America? I'm just saying, because you never know, this country may end up, while we're so attached to it, people don't think that it can happen where this country can collapse and become in a third world state itself. Okay. And do you know how long it took for them to get out Europe, to get out of the Dark Ages? But it's interesting that, with this initially in cutting off from France, who were kind of the first unless you want to consider Rome and Greece, but like representing, as we know, like Western world powers, France. Yeah, I believe we're going to witness the end. I think that, we may even live through the end of the Gentiles. But listen to more of what he's saying here.
Because of Haiti paying back money to us. You take $500 billion out of Africa every year. Without Africa, France collapses. Jacques Chirac was one of the presidents of France, said.
One more thing. I do believe the uranium, hold on. The uranium that I believe used in nuclear weapons, much of that is provided from even though now they're beginning to depend on, like Kazakhstan, but I do believe that they have been depending on these areas in Africa for uranium and, but yeah, I'm just, now I may be a little ignorant on that, but you see, the United States, their main power, the main power of the United States has said to have the best military.
Africa, France is nothing. The reason $500 billion out of Africa every year. Without Africa, France collapses. Jacques Chirac was one of the presidents of France, said, without Africa, France is nothing. The reason why the Eiffel Tower is built because of Haiti paying back money to them for freeing themselves from slavery. Haiti paid for the Eiffel Tower. You know what I'm saying? So they constantly come into Africa. They've been taking all the resources. The people are dirt poor. They take the currency, ruin the currency. That's what London was doing, ruining the currency because they're afraid. That's why Gaddafi was like, I want you guys to have your gold. I want you to have your own money. And they were like, we can't have this. And they don't want Africa to be a self-contained, self-developing country. They want to run everything and keep all the black people poor.
Africa.
I just wanted to give y'all just a little taste of what the conversations that are being had. I'm down with this. And, yeah, Godfrey's funny and all that, but I kind of want to hear more of this. And see, they know that he already has an audience, but I don't think, and I hope he keep going in this direction. I hope he's not, just another under the, but I give people the benefit of the doubt. Bingo. That's what, So who sent you, Oshay? Who sent you? Yeah, so maybe now, let's see how many videos on. So we're supposed to be so offended by Godfrey. Let me look at this again. We're supposed to be so offended by Godfrey. Now, could this have something to do with all of a sudden you got these channels and they're getting lots of views. They're getting pushed in the algorithm. And we're supposed to be so offended by Godfrey. Now, who should I be more offended by? Black royalty in Europe. I guess he shouldn't talk about blacks in Europe either. Y'all talking about don't talk about black America. What are you talking about? I'm gonna talk about black Africans. We can talk about the hell we want. Godfrey been on that tether shit. See, I'd rather be on the tether shit than this ignorant shit that y'all been on. Talking about clapping cheeks. Anyways, that's all I wanted to say. Yeah. I could care less, and I'll just expose him even further. He also don't the types be trying to bribe people too. You know that. Reef, I've been up in here how long? If I was able to take on Soto Nation, see, that's why they had to go to the point of flagging me down. So obviously, I do not care. So, but dispute, if you can't debunk that you were supporting Tommy, if you can't debunk that you were, then what's there to say? All you can do is talk about me, my voice, how I look. What else is there to say? Call me ghetto, whatever. But thank you so much for the support, baby. But if you notice, I don't need a bunch of parrots, a lot of paid subs, bots. I didn't, If I'm taking out, it's the Most High. I fear the Most High Yah, Yahuwah. Only reason I stop talking on certain things when the Most High Yah is telling me. See, what I'm more afraid of is I'm supposed to be listening to the Sabbath lesson today. That's what I fear more, is the Most High disappointed because I'm supposed to be talking about, and I'm supposed to be listening to today's Sabbath lesson that I usually would. That's the only thing. But please. Remember, I'm what y'all want to refer to as FBA. I grew up in the roast culture. I have 4 brothers. Okay? I know about roasted all that. So you can't come at me with that. Okay? Because that's the only thing they would. They could. I don't lie about myself. There ain't nothing about, people who know everything I said about me. My story has been consistent from the time I was in social media in 2001. I really want to believe that. I really want to believe that. You know, I hope it's not just me, you know, just thinking about an individual, you know, and I'm not saying I agree with Godfrey. That's why I hope this brother don't disappoint me, because I have been where, you know, be going hard in defense of Nick Cannon and going against Eminem and go, you know, even Kanye, and then I end up, oh gosh, then these brothers and sisters disappoint me. Don't think I defend sisters too, of course. That's what I was telling somebody when I came at Cynthia D. I was like, shame on any of y'all calling me a mammy mule. Shame on you. Cynthia D. Didn't, please. Shame on y'all. Y'all, if y'all been here long enough, black women, shame on you. How dare you think you can call me? Now that actually hurt. How dare you think you can call me a mammy mule? Are you kidding me? Shame on you. And if you notice, I've been here for a long time. I'm not just somebody, all of my videos are pretty much on private, but you know that the only time I've ever really went at people, because people would tell me, about Minister Jeff, I didn't go at all these other, they have to go to a certain point or become so influential where I feel it's dangerous. If you notice, the only people I've ever really went at in here are people who I felt were being divisive, unnecessarily divisive. And I definitely see Oshay Jackson, although I kind of refrained from addressing him because I felt like just addressing the videos I did addressing Tommy, it addresses all that nonsense. And there was a certain point, even with him, to move on. But only people, like whether it's Tommy and the like, Cynthia G, the Divestors, Golden Sphere, the only people that I have, those who I felt have been unnecessarily divisive amongst our people, yes, including the Golden Sphere, because they claimed they were speaking for light skin and they had a white woman pretending to be a light, you know, those ones who are causing unnecessary division and chaos. Now, I am nobody to be confronting any and everybody. And I tried to chill and, you know, because also it is not for me as a woman to be confronting these men continues. That's why I also had to fall back even with Tommy. And I knew when there was a time that the Most High told me to let it go. I've said what was needed to say with Tommy. And I didn't listen, but kept going. And that's why I believe with my channel. I believe that was an act, because there is a point where when the Most High is telling me to move on. But I don't know. I just feel compelled now. But don't think, you know, it is also about Godfrey, but it's more to it, because what's also making me upset, not just me, you know, seeing what's them taunt and attack him like this, but it's also, I like what I hear him talking about on his channel. I think that, you know, I feel that it's a bigger agenda to silence or get to totally discredit him. I think there's more to it. You understand what I'm saying? And I hate that they're trying to take one little thing and have us focus on that and overlook everything else. That's like if I put together my Ancient Egypt series and I put all this work into it, and then only thing they focus on is, you know, like that would frustrate me, especially when I feel like there's more that we should be listening to and having a discussion on. That really frustrates and irks the hell out of me. And then for these people, and this is the problem when they claim that they're representing you as a Black American or as a Black woman or as a light-skinned Black woman, you know, that irks the shit out. No, you don't. Stop. And I know that this is a lot of propaganda and fluff and social media hype. It even makes me wonder, even with South Africa, because I noticed whenever there was a South African trying to, like with the whole thing with Chitima Adesina, the Nigerian, and when Tyler, the singer, tried to speak in defense, they came at her almost threatening. Like, same thing with the girl that was the lead on Blood and Water series on Netflix. She's South African. She was trying to speak on behalf of the Nigerian, you know, who's trying to, you know, be a part of the South Africa, you know, even though she was raised in, you know, in South Africa. When she even tried to speak, I forgot her name, but, you know, actress from Blood and Water series, they was coming at her almost like she's going to be blackballed if you say anything Like, what is this about? So it makes me wonder, even with the whole thing with South Africa, is there some hype? I'm not saying that there ain't people that's probably just like on this FBA tip. You know, they got videos showing them deporting people, fellow black people. So, you know, but I do think that I would assume that the majority of South Africans don't care that much about Nigerians, or maybe they're hyping it up or making it something. I don't know. Now that's something more directly. I could give my opinion, but being that I'm not in South Africa, you know, but I can't speak on this FBA shit. I can give my opinion on it. But yeah, that's why I do feel it. Yeah, I'm glad that I hope it keeps going in this direction. I hope I'm not fooled, but I like what I'm hearing more so on the 154. You know, I'd rather actually listen to those discussions. Now, my husband, he checks out the, you know, Godfrey, the other, you know, but I'm kind of at a point now where I'm kind of, I love laughing and stuff. Don't get me wrong, but you know, maybe I'm just getting old. And all that, see, I'm so beyond. I never was for all that 5150 shit, you know. But yeah, this I prefer this even over the Godfrey Church, but I'm not trying to deter people from, yeah, because I'm at a point too where I'm beyond like the profanity and stuff. So I'd rather hear these discussions. The channel being 154 Africa, as you can see, I am subscribed. I think that these channels, I'm all for it. I mean, these discussions, I'm all for it. I'm all for it. Because, see, that's another thing, too. As we are learning who we are as Yasharel, that's another reason they want to keep us, you know, because this is the time of the awakening of the dry bones, as the scripture spoke of. So, yeah. And remember, when I explained to you, Eber, Ebo, Ibrahim, Eber, Hebrew. Godfrey is Ebo. I don't know if he knows if he, how dare I tell him, do he know his people? But now I don't think a lot of them really know. But I hope, gives that consideration. But anyways, I will get back with y'all. I really don't want to talk about these people no more. Oh gosh, I still didn't talk about that with the John Tannen connection with Yvette Carnell, but maybe next week sometime or something. So please get a Sabbath lesson, I suggest. Know to love you. Okay, regardless of where you're from. It's my house, New York. Nah. Talking about house music, Chicago. No, I'm just kidding. But I love you, no matter where you're from. Got love for you, whether you're light skinned, dark skinned, even if you mix black, got love for you. All right. So I want you guys to enjoy your weekend, and maybe tomorrow, maybe I'll try to do something that's a little chill. So much peace and much love, my family.